Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. And welcome to chilly Chicago. We are here at Wrigley Field. One of the hottest teams in baseball, the New York Yankees. Aaron Judge, the co-leader in home runs in the major leagues with 13 already on the season. The Yankees have won the first two games of this series, and they will try to sweep the Cubs here in Chicago here on Sunday night. Let's take a look at what's happened already in this series. First inning home run Friday for Chris Bryant. Kyle Schwarber would add one in the sixth inning, but then 2 outs and a 2-2 count of the ninth. Brett Gardner, a 3-run shot off Hector Rondon, former Cub. Aroldis Chapman locks it down in the bottom of the ninth, and the Yankees win 3-2. Yesterday, it was all Yankees early. They got 5 in the first off Brett Anderson and coasted most of the rest of the way, winding up with an 11-6 win as they make it 2 wins in a row over the defending World Series champions. So look at the standings right now, and as hot as the Yankees are, they are tied with a team playing equally well, the Orioles, atop the American League East. And don't look now, but the Cincinnati Reds won again today, and they are in first place in the National League Central. The Cubs are a half game back. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Chicago. Dan Schulman, Jessica Mendoza, and Aaron Boone. Glad you're with us. Should be a lot of fun tonight between the Yankees and Cubs. Last year, when the Cubs won it all, one of their strengths was their starting pitching, the best in baseball. That has not been the case this year.
It hasn't, and it's something that they've got to turn around in short order here. Look, last year, top to bottom, best rotation in Major League Baseball. But this year, guys, anything but. They've been 25th in Major League Baseball in earned run average. And a side effect of that is they're not pitching deep into games. As a result, they're taxing their bullpen, which has been very effective here early, but that's not a sustainable model. They need to start getting innings. They need it to start with John Lester, their ace tonight, as they get ready to hit the road to Colorado, where you know you're going to need that bullpen.
So much has gone well for the Yankees in the early going. They've dealt with some injuries. They've had so many different players step up and play well. None more so than Aaron Judge.
Dan, there has not been a more exciting hitter the first 6 weeks of this season than Aaron Judge. From the moment he steps in that batter's box, it is must-see TV. This boy can crush. Talk about the baby bombers. This is no baby. 280 pounds, 6'7", and he can rank. You mentioned 13 home runs. It leads Major League Baseball. No one has hit it harder at 119 exit velocity, and he's at 6 home runs of 425 feet. That is tied for the most in all of baseball. And you think about where he ranks amongst hitters, even now, as a rookie in the American League. We mentioned the home runs, but the runs, the OPS, even RBI. This is a guy that when you watch the Yankees, when you watch baseball, you pause, you watch, and buckle up, because you're going to see a lot of power from this guy.
So how good are the Yankees? How excited should Yankee fans be about this start? For more on that, let's go to Buster Roll.
Dan, a longtime baseball executive told me that he thinks the 2017 Yankees are on the same trajectory as the 2015 Cubs, a team loaded with talent. And like the 2015 Cubs, it appears that the Yankees have arrived into contention maybe a year sooner than what was anticipated. And the young Yankees, Aaron Judge, Gary Sanchez, are hungry for their first team success. Dan?
Buster, thank you. They're looking for the sweep tonight. Aaron Judge and the Yankees have won the first 2 from the Cubs. Bundle up. It's cold, but it's clear, and we got baseball coming your way from Wrigley Field. Baseball on ESPN is presented by Taco Bell's new loaded taco burrito, and in part by Lowe's. Yeah, they've been in the World Series twice, in 1932 and again in 1938. The Yankees won both. The Yankees swept both. There's Babe Ruth hitting a home run and getting congratulated by Lou Gehrig as he comes back to home plate. Here at historic Wrigley Field, we've got the Yankees and the Cubs. The Yankees winning the first 2 games of the series. And time now to take a look at the Yankee lineup presented by Taco Bell.
Well, this Yankee lineup, we've talked about Aaron Judge, but they've gotten contributions up and down and from many different people all season long so far. Aaron Hicks off to a tremendous start this year, hitting well over 300 with power and raking in this series. 7 for 10 with a home run. He'll be hitting from the right side, the switch hitter against Lester tonight. And then Starlin Castro coming back to Chicago this weekend, and he has also put on a show. Hit a long homer in yesterday's ball game and leads the American League with a .381 average.
Joe Girardi's team leads the American League in runs scored, batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage, so it figures to be a challenge tonight for John Lester, the opening day starter for the Cubs, making his 7th start of the season. He's been much better at home than on the road. His first 3 this year better than his last 3, as you can see, in a big difference. Of course, he knows a lot about the Yankees from his time with the Red Sox, but a lot of the faces have changed. But the Cubs need a quality start. The starting pitching, and I don't mean a 6-inning 3 runs earned runs. I mean an actual real quality start from their ace here tonight, because their bullpen has been taxed and their starting pitching numbers are not where they need them to be if they're going to wind up in the same place as they wound up last year. A lot of pink in the ballpark tonight. A lot of fans of the bleachers are given t-shirts. This is all on behalf of survivors and fighters of breast cancer and their loved ones. A pink ribbon around the pitching mound during the anthem tonight as the Cubs try to raise awareness and funding to fight breast cancer here at the ballpark tonight. Ready for baseball, and so is Jacoby Ellsbury, just back after missing a few days. Suffered some nerve irritation in his elbow, making a great catch earlier in the week back at Yankee Stadium against the Blue Jays. It turned into a rare 2-run sacrifice fly. Missed the last few days. He is back in there going to top the order tonight as he takes down and away ball 1 from Lester. Ellsbury 5 for 10 in his career against Lester. He and Matt Holliday have some good numbers against the lefty. And make it 6 for 11. Line drive into left field.
Well, Ellsbury, welcome back to the lineup with a line shot the other way, and now the cat and mouse game starts. Ellsbury, who's off to a great start this year offensively and on the bases, 7 steals. You know, how far of a lead will he get, and when and will he challenge John Lester?
Now, there have only been 2 bases stolen against Lester this year. As much as is made of his inability to throw to first and the trouble with the running game, he's very quick to the plate. But you can see a huge lead by Ellsbury, and if anybody in the Yankee lineup is going to challenge him, Ellsbury would be the guy.
See the sun over there at first base for both Ellsbury and even Rizzo to a degree. Trying to pick up that ball could be tricky.
Look at that lead.
And not going. And snap throw down to first, and they got him. Man, he was so far out there, he didn't go, and he ends up getting picked off.
That's the thing about it. If you get the lead, you have to go. You cannot do a secondary lead, because the Cubs, Contreras, are too good at defending if you don't go. You're dead as soon as you do a secondary lead, when your lead is 2 or 3 feet further than it otherwise would be. It's amazing how much we see this happen. If you get out there, you cannot go a secondary. You have to go.
So what, in your mind, what is in the mind of the runner, Aaron? If Ellsbury's an experienced guy and a high percentage base stealer in his career, if he's out that far, why doesn't he go? What is the point of getting out that far if you're not going to go?
The only thing I can think of is he's out there at at an unusual spot for him. And he's trying to get a good jump. And once he doesn't get the jump, just the muscle memory takes over and he goes into his normal secondary lead, which you simply cannot do. Contreras, an outstanding thrower, picks off another one.
2-2 to Hicks. Check swing and a ball just low. The appeal down to first and no swing.
But it's also the unawareness of the fact that Contreras can back the back pick. I mean, not only did he take the secondary, but there was a hesitation before he even went back. We've seen base runners take a secondary lead and then get back to first as soon as they don't go.
Talking it over with bench coach Rob Thompson right now. 3-2 is low ball 4, and Hicks, who has some speed, draws a walk.
Guys, I thought that's what happened with Jacoby Ellsbury. After the first pitch, he had a big lead and walked back to first like he had a normal lead, and of course he didn't. And you wonder if the Cubs saw that and took advantage of it on the next pitch.
But everybody's got to know by now, Contreras hasn't been around that long, but everybody knows he's got a strong arm, and he's an aggressive young guy. He's a very willing thrower down to first base.
That's why Joe Madden has told us that Wilson Contreras will always catch John Lester for that very reason, his arm behind the plate, to compensate for Lester's inability to pick.
Hicks with a much shorter lead compared to what Ellsbury had.
And now Hicks with that lead, you can't run. I mean, because Lester's too quick to the plate. Contreras throws too quick. Now you can get your normal secondary lead, but you can't run if that's as short as your lead's going to be.
Base hit through the right side for Matt Holliday. Hicks will put the brakes on as he rounds second, and the Yankees in business. But think of what could have been had Ellsbury not gotten picked off. Matt Holliday now 7 for 13 in his career against John Lester. So now they haven't given up any runs yet, but this is a crazy statistic. They've got an ERA over 11 in the first inning. 40 runs allowed, 38 of them earned in 30 first innings this year. Joe Madden talked to us about he thinks some of the hitters are struggling because they're having to play from behind so much, and that's because their starting pitchers have given up so many runs in the first inning of games this year. And now here's a guy they called their own for 6 years, Starlin Castro. Castro broke in as a 20-year-old. In fact, made his major league debut 7 years ago today, and set a major league record by driving in 6 runs in his first ever major league game. Homered in his first plate appearance. Had 3 all-star seasons with the Cubs, and is having a great start to the 2017 season in his second year with the Yankees. Runners go. Throw down. Nice grab by Bryant to prevent that from going into the outfield, but that's a double steal for the Yankees.
Well, this Yankee team, we've talked about the power and as well as they've hit the ball all year, but up and down they've run the bases incredibly well. They've stolen bases, and here Hicks gets a great jump off of second base. Holliday does a good job of trailing him and realizing he's going, and gets himself into scoring position for Castro with Judge looming on deck.
Ground ball to short will get a run home. Castro picks up the RBI on the ground out. Hicks will cross, and it's 1-0 Yankees. And that will bring up for the first time tonight Aaron Judge, who is tied with Ryan Zimmerman of the Nationals for the most home runs in baseball. He's got 13, and yes, he is a rookie. He played some last year, but still retains rookie eligibility. But the difference between him from last year to this year is significant, to say the least, and his at-bats have become a big deal for baseball fans, wondering how far, if he connects, how far this young man may hit the ball. He is 6'7", 282. Hit cleanup yesterday for the first time. He's hit 5 through 8 in the rest of his at-bats. He has already tied a major league record for the most home runs by a rookie in his first 100 at-bats of a season. He shares that with Russell Branyan, who did it with the Indians in 2000. 0-2.
And that's a huge pitch for John Lester against these right-handed hitters. He's going to use that cutter inside, and he's also going to throw a four-seamer that he'll like to try and catch on the corner. If he can command that pitch at 92, then he'll force them to go after it and chase the cutter.
Judge lays off the curve.
And I think he comes right back in now, either with that fastball in on the hands on the corner and tries to dot it, or he adds a little cut to it, maybe getting Judge now with 2 strikes to expand inside.
Curve again, down and away, 2-2. Wind is blowing out slightly from right to left towards the left field corner. It is a chilly night, 43 degrees, wind chill of 39. It's been a cold weekend here in Chicago. Folks have dressed for it. Here's the 2-2. Shallow right. And caught by Zobrist to end the inning. The Yankees, though, do get a run and lead 1-0 going to the bottom of the first. One and the Cubs nothing here on Sunday Night Baseball. Let's take a look at the Cubs lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell.
Well, Dan, as good as this offense can be, they absolutely have to get their leadoff hitter, Kyle Schwarber, going. He's been batting 193 so far with 5 home runs. He has reached base 23 out of 29 games, which is what you want from your leadoff. But behind him has been the hottest hitter on this team, Chris Bryant. The last 17 games where he has reached base 17 straight, 407 batting average with a 500 on base.
On the mound for the Yankees tonight, 23-year-old Luis Severino, making his 6th start of the season, 2-2 with a 3.86 ERA. The young man throws hard. He averages 97 miles per hour on his fastball. That's the highest velocity amongst all starting pitchers in baseball. A very hard slider and an improving changeup. Fastball command, as is so often the key, is what they say is the key to Severino. If he can get ahead, he can put you away. Defensively for the Yankees, for the first time this year, Matt Holliday is in the field. He is at first base. He made 9 starts there for the Cardinals last year. Got a bit of a sun issue too, as it peeks through some of the openings on the third base side of the field. Joe Girardi telling us they're going to Cincinnati for 2 games tomorrow and Tuesday. Said, I don't want him to sit, and they're off days on before this series, after the Reds series. He said, I don't want him to sit for 7 days in a row. Plus he hits lefties well, and he got a base hit off Lester. So Holliday did a capable job in the 9 games that he played there with the Cardinals last year. So he is at first base tonight as Kyle Schwarber takes 3 straight balls. And a strike, says Joe West. The Cowboy is behind the plate tonight.
One of the best ball strike umpires in Major League Baseball. a hitter-friendly umpire, though, typically 4th lowest call strikes of the 80 umpires that are ranked in that.
So when you say he's got the 4th lowest strike percentage and he's a great ball strike umpire, are you speaking from the vantage point of a hitter because the zone is small?
Definitely, perhaps from a hitter standpoint. Yeah. But I think, look, in a big game, I know he's a polarizing figure, and he draws the ire of a lot of teams, a lot of players, a lot of fans for that matter. But in a big game, there's very few other umpires that I would want behind a game calling balls and strikes than Joe West. And Joe Madden, who's had his run-ins, Joe Girardi's had his run-ins, I think would agree with you. You know you're going to get a consistent quality performance behind the plate.
Laced foul into the seats down the right side.
And this is Severino in his last start against the Blue Jays. This is where he struggled a little bit. He was falling behind a lot of hitters, and when he gets predictable and has to come in with the fastball, even though it's a high velocity pitch, if it's in the middle of the plate, because there's not a lot of deception, he can get hit.
Goes with a changeup that he actually got up in the zone, but Schwarber swings through it for the first out of the inning. So that'll bring up Chris Bryant. Again, the Cubs not exactly firing on all cylinders right now, but Bryant, before an 0 for 4 yesterday, he is still swinging well. You can see he's reached base safely in his last 17 games, hitting over 380 in that stretch, on base percentage over 470 in that stretch. You look up and down the Cubs lineup and you see Schwarber under 200, Rizzo in the 220s, Zobrist in the 230s. You see some numbers you don't associate with some of these Cubs hitters, and it still is fairly early.
Well, and guys, I think that's what makes it impressive that the Cubs are where they are at the end of essentially a month of play, being over 500, basically near or at the top of the division, considering the starting rotation has not clicked at all yet. The offense has not really gotten it going. The bullpen's been excellent.
Slider in the dirt. Bryant swings through it. Back-to-back strikeouts.
But frankly, I think it's a good sign for the Cubs that nothing has really clicked for them yet they're sitting where they are. Eventually, somebody's going to pay.
And Joe Madden, in typical Joe Madden fashion, said yesterday, you know, the sky is not falling. I mean, he's pretty good at trying to keep people calm.
Well, especially in this town, when very easily, when they see especially their big dogs struggling, their starting pitching not performing the way, there's a lot of conversation around, can this team be the team they were?
It's a new town, though, now.
Yeah.
They got the title under their belt.
Anthony Rizzo just 2 for his last 30, make it 31 as he grounds out. That's a pretty impressive first inning for Luis Severino. Top 2, 1-0 Yankees. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. And Didi Gregorius will look at a first pitch strike from John Lester. Gregorius, the Yankee shortstop, missed most of April with a shoulder injury he suffered during the World Baseball Classic. Returned on the 28th of the month. And like just about everybody else on this Yankee team, doing well. He's hitting .344. Aaron Judge, and deservedly so, has gotten a ton of headlines, but there have been so many different players who have contributed to this 19-9 Yankee start. Whether it's guys, Austin Romine filling in while Gary Sanchez was hurt, Ronald Torreyes filling in while Gregorius was hurt. Bullpen has been terrific. Chase Headley having a way better start to the season than he did a year ago, and on and on and on. It's really been a team effort for the Yankees, and all you have to do is go in their clubhouse or talk to Joe Girardi. And this goes way back to the spring. They're excited about this team. Wins and losses in the spring mean nothing. There's no correlation. And as Gregorius strikes out, but Joe Girardi said, you know what, we scored a ton of runs, and we knew we had depth. Every time somebody needed a day off or somebody got hurt, there was a quality person just to step in, and they rolled into the regular season feeling great about themselves.
For one of the first times in New York in a long time, and you look at their numbers in the American League in every category, this offense has been successful because they don't have a target on their back. I mean, in fact, the young guys that don't know any better. They're just going out and hitting. But the guys who normally carry the load, and even a guy like Matt Holliday, or even Chase Headley, who's up now, think of the pressure that was on him when he started slow last season. But Matt Holliday comes in even from the Cardinals with a lot of experience, and no one talks about him. And they all say they're playing better because of it.
Headley takes another strike, and the count is 0-2. Headley hitting .297. He's got 12 extra base hits this year. At this point last year, he had not had an extra base hit yet. He got off to a very tough start last year, but is like a different guy this year as he lays off a pitch in the dirt. And there's a lot of depth in this Yankee lineup. Gary Sanchez, who's back off the DL, is not even in the lineup tonight. Austin Romine is catching and batting eighth. But if you're 7-8, and Sanchez wouldn't hit that far down if he were in the lineup, but if Headley's somewhere in your 7-8 and Gregorius is down there somewhere in the bottom half of the lineup, I mean, you've got a really deep group.
Yeah, and another thing that Joe Girardi talked about before the game is there's depth now too down below in the minor leagues. Like, if something happens, and they've already been challenged with the injuries to Gregorius and Sanchez early in the year, but if something else comes up later, they've got a rich pool to pull from in their minor league system now that has been built up over the last few years.
Are they ahead of schedule?
I think they are. And look, I think a lot will determine right there behind Starlin Castro. There's Luis Severino starting tonight, and he's off to a pretty good start. He and guys like Pineda taking that next step and realizing their potential, I think, goes a long way if they can be an elite team.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Lester. More Major League action coming your way this week on ESPN. Tomorrow night, it'll be the Giants taking on the Mets, 7 o'clock Eastern time here on ESPN. The Cardinals and the Marlins on Wednesday night. And 1 week from tonight, we will be at Yankee Stadium. A 7:30 Eastern time first pitch. It is the night that Derek Jeter's number 2 will be retired by the New York Yankees. A special edition of Baseball Tonight comes your way at 6:30 Eastern. And you can imagine what a scene that will be in the Bronx. Number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a special night.
And Derek Jeter expected to join us in the booth at some point during the game next week.
Better.
An old teammate of yours. I mean,
we gotta put him on the
call,
spot, see what's going on with him.
I've been impressed how much he's been away from the limelight. Like, I mean, he really did disappear for a while. It'll be nice to see him back.
But
have him in the booth.
I don't think that's a big surprise.
Yeah.
I think it was not a surprise to people that he's not been seen as much as, but he's in the news again with all the Marlin possibilities, and ownership down there, but it's going to be fun and a special night next
But that
weekend
he was
in the Bronx.
successful in being away from the line.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of celebrities that want to stay away, and it doesn't happen. And he did it.
I think the secondary market is hopping for tickets next Sunday for that game. Going to be a fun night, an interesting night. A roller to short. Addison Russell on to first, and that's the end. 3 up, 3 down with a couple of strikeouts for Lester. We'll go bottom 2 here at Wrigley Field. Cubs coming up down 1-0. About moments in baseball history, the 1932 World Series between the Yankees and Cubs here at Wrigley. Babe Ruth's famous called shot in Game 3, 5th inning. You see him rounding the bases, gesturing a couple of times towards the Cubs dugout. But what did he do before he hit the home run? Did he call his shot, or was he doing something else? By all accounts, the Cubs were merciless. They were on him like crazy. Was he pointing at the dugout and telling them to be quiet? Was he saying to Charlie Root, the pitcher, no, I got one more strike, or that's only 2 strikes? Or did he actually call his shot? I know where I sit on this issue.
Of course.
And I'm sure you guys know what do you guys think?
I just love what it's become. I mean, I don't need to know. And a part of me doesn't want him because of the legend and like hearing it as a kid and seeing it, and or just seeing the reenactments of how exaggerated they've become. And then as a kid, you could think that I could call my shot as a hitter and point, reenact that.
So you don't think
moment.
it happened, but you want to believe it happened.
I'm not going to even let my mind go there.
I think you said a lot.
I think it's good enough seeing him giving it back to the Cubs dugout as he's running around the bases. You can tell he's pretty animated.
Fired up.
And I'm sure got some colorful words he's throwing over that way.
Those words had been invented back then.
Yes, I think so.
They're as old as baseball itself. And once it started becoming a thing in the newspapers, then, I mean, the Babe knew how to promote the Babe, right?
Yes.
And once it was in the papers, then Babe went to town.
Yeah, he knew about branding back then.
Yes, he did. He was ahead of his time.
It worked.
Yep.
Addison Russell, the batter.
There's another look at that slider, which Severino has working here early. 91 miles an hour. You see the bottom fall out of that to get ahead now in the count.
.98, but upstairs 2-2.
And that right there is by design. Just he threw a really good slider that he got the chase on. Now changed the eye level with that good fastball. I would expect him probably to go right back to that slider to try and get another chase.
Slider got a little bit more of the plate than Severino would have wanted, but he still gets a ground out, 2 down. Well, kind of a cool thing here. Let's compare Wrigley Field. This is 1932, the World Series. You can see, for one, there's no ivy. There's no ivy on the fences yet. That came in later. And compare it to Wrigley Field now, along with Fenway, of course, by far the two most historic. You can see a lot of similarities. A couple of the buildings out on Waveland were there then, are still here now.
Giant screen.
The giant jumbotron back in 1932. The rooftop of that building is visible back in 1932. But it's one of the great things about this ballpark. Yes, it's been modernized, and yes, they've changed some things, but they've done a wonderful job, in my opinion, of retaining the atmosphere and the feeling of the ballpark. And you could say the same for Fenway. Yeah,
we were at Fenway last weekend, and the same. They've kept the charm and the beauty of the nostalgia and the awesomeness of the old park, but they've updated it, and I think it's been great at both places.
Two and one the count on John Jay. Jason Hayward is out with a finger injury, some bruising to his knuckle, not expected to be serious. So Jay is in the lineup for the second day in a row. He is hitting .346 in limited at-bats with the Cubs.
Jay, a really good pickup for this club in the offseason. Just that winning pedigree. A guy, if somebody goes down, easily plug in and expect a big return.
3 up and 3 down again. 1-0 Yankees at the end of 2. When we come back, Jess Mendoza taking us for a drive in Joe Maddon's RV. Yesterday, Jess took a tour with Joe Maddon in his RV.
Jessica Mendoza here with Cubs manager Joe Maddon. We're at the park at Wrigley. We got your RV parked here. How cool is this? You want to give me a tour?
Please, go ahead. Go ahead.
So this gives you a little heat, but a little ambiance.
Yeah, I mean, again, in the mornings you come out, you're having your cup of coffee.
Yeah. This is a bed.
Yeah, you could watch TV. You could have folks sleep in there. I love the control panel here. This is what I like.
Yes, I see you. I see you with your iPad even in the manager's office with all your stuff.
Yes.
You
Well,
love the technology.
Everything controlled from right here. This is a king-size numbered bed. There's a little button to push this out. We have the TV here, and it's actually a mirror.
What?
The washer dryer. This shower, I mean, for an RV is very large.
So Joe, when Theo Epstein first interviewed you for the job, that was in your RV after the 2014 season?
It was a previous Winnebago, and actually was at Navarre Beach in the panhandle of Florida. Me and Jay were parked there, and the back end of the RV was up against this real micro beach. It was really cool. And so they showed up, brought him in, stood right over there.
And it was Theo
and Jed. And a couple tall Miller Lights in the can. Started right there, then eventually morphed out into the beach itself. Threw some chairs down in the sand.
So it started right here in the
yeah,
kitchen
it started
area?
right there. Started right there. Then they got about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By 4, pretty much sitting in the sand until about 6 or 7, just drinking and talking. And then eventually they ended up in a Mexican restaurant down there. But it was a great conversation. It was a reconnection, understanding that we both, all 3 of us, were still philosophically on the same page. But to do it there like that, under those circumstances, really a unique memory for all of us.
So a lot of reflecting on the season.
Yeah.
Going forward, that happens sometimes right here at the wheel.
It's awesome. It's bike riding's like that. Driving an RV can be kind of like, I mean, driving in general. I like to drive.
Yeah.
I like to drive, whether it's, like I said, fast cars or RVs. I like that.
Yeah.
The classic cars back home, which I absolutely miss. So those are the kind of moments. Loud music and driving for distance are really great ways to figure things out.
Joe, this has been
Always
awesome.
my pleasure.
Seriously.
And he'll drive it cross country, drive it to and from spring training. And like if James Bond had an RV, that's what it would look like. It's pretty cool on the inside.
Fire panels, there's 4 TVs. I mean, that's not recreational vehicle. That's a home on wheels.
Did you take out any fire hydrants or anything? Was there any damage done while you were taking it for a spin?
There were people everywhere. So total Joe Madden, right? He's got to coach you up. So he's telling me, like, okay, you got to do this. He's like, you need a lot of athleticism. And I was like, why? He's like, because when things go wrong, you got to bolt.
All I know is I want to be Joe Madden when I grow up.
Absolutely.
I mean, is there a cooler cat than him?
And he's so naturally just sitting there talking about Miller Lights, like drinking, and then
it's a micro beach.
And now I'm here with the Cubs. Man, that's how it happened. What is a micro beach, by the way?
I don't know, but he can pull it off. I have no idea, actually.
It's like a comedy.
I guess I've only gone to macro beaches in my life.
Jess's nerdy Stanford thing came out in that interview, too, where she was driving the RV, like, oh.
I was so excited. The thing's huge. And I didn't hit anybody. It's a win, right?
That's a win. That's a win.
But there was a lot of fear among the staff. I've talked to many of them. Sources tell me they were all afraid for their lives.
Evaluators tell them that.
First thing Joe did was like, can you send me video of you driving? Because he was there in the beginning, and then he had to go, and he was like, can you please send some of this?
It's pretty good looking Winnebago.
Yeah. 2 down in the inning. Aaron Hicks, the batter. John Lester has settled down. He's retired 7 in a row after the Yankees began the game going hit, walk, hit. Eventually got a run on a ground out by Castro. Might have been a bigger inning had Jacoby Ellsbury not gotten picked off diving back to first by Wilson Contreras. Hicks with a walk, eventually a steal of third. He came in to score the run. And the Yankees will have to figure it out as well as Hicks has played. Brett Gardner's not in the lineup tonight, but Gardner's been crazy hot the last 8-9 days or so. Ellsbury's back from the elbow injury. And with Judge hitting so well, they got 4 guys for 3 spots right now. And, Gardner's going to get a ton of time, obviously. He and Ellsbury, they kind of alternate sitting against a lefty. So Hicks will always be in there against a lefty, but the challenge may be how often does Hicks get in there against righties?
Well, if he continues to play this well, it's going to be often. And look, with the DH and again, talking to Joe Girardi today, he said, these things kind of just play themselves out and work themselves out. And you're going to need to give Holiday an occasional day off. There's plenty of at-bats for those 4 spots.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Hyundai. Well, it's a very good point you make about Holiday in the DH spot. Think of the Dodgers, maybe not this year so much, but last year and the year before. They had, quote-unquote, too many outfielders for 3 spots, but they didn't have the luxury, if you will, of rotating somebody through that DH spot. And Holiday, who probably won't want a lot of rest, but he'll get a rest every now and again. Hit his 300th career home run on Wednesday, becoming the 142nd player all time to reach that plateau. And by all accounts, obviously he's still a contributor with the bat, but a great influence on some of the younger players in that Yankee clubhouse.
And to see him kind of transition into basically being the DH and to have some early success in that role doing that. Because, look, you don't always know how a guy is going to adjust to that role. Sometimes they just can't get used to not being in the field. He's transitioned successfully, and he's had a big impact early in the season.
Fouled off, and Holiday comes up hobbling.
Looked like maybe the cut fastball a little in on the hands, trying to bust him in on the hands, and you see he just catches it right off the toe, and right away he's in some pain there. He's walking it off pretty good, but the immediate reaction tells you that one stung.
And does it hurt more on a cold night? Is it worse?
Oh, absolutely.
You're playing in the field for the first time this year?
Yeah.
Holiday with a base hit off Lester in the first, now 7 for 13 against him lifetime. Crowd is
see, and that's a great.
Not pleased with that, but that was about 4 inches outside.
Oh, and that's a great 2-strike pitch. I mean, it's a 1-2 count. That's pretty much where Lester wants that, off the plate, to be able to maybe set up the backdoor cutter that he can come back with, and now try to get that pitch to possibly cut over the plate and have Holiday take it.
Swing and a miss on a curveball in the dirt, and that is the 4th strikeout of the night for John Lester.
Everyone lived.
No one was harmed in the making of this feature. Really is a nice night, other than it's a little bit chilly, but clear skies, beautiful sunset here in Chicago. As we move to the bottom of the 3rd inning on Sunday Night Baseball, the Yankees with a 1-0 lead on the Cubs, trying to sweep the series. Our director, Mr. Holmes, is in a very artistic mood tonight, isn't he?
He usually is.
Yep.
Transition to some black and white shadows.
Wilson Contreras will lead it off. Ranging to his left, Starlin Castro will make the play, and a good one to get the out. Well, for more on Contreras and some of the other great young players on both of these teams, let's go down to Buster.
Guys, the Yankees and the Cubs are loaded with great young players, and so the poll question this weekend is, among all these 8 players we list here, who is going to wind up with the best career? Javier Baez, Chris Bryant, Wilson Contreras, Aaron Judge, Anthony Rizzo, Addison Russell, Gary Sanchez, or Gleyber Torres?
Wow.
Now, log on to ESPN.com/MLB to vote. We will have the results later on in the game. Rizzo's the old man of the group. He's 27. And here's how many good young players there are on both of these teams. I guess we could only fit 8. There's no Kyle Schwarber on the list, right? You know, he got a chance to be pretty good.
No Severino.
No Severino.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show you that both these organizations and where they are, not only on a short-term basis, but probably for the long term, are going to be a lot to deal with in both leagues.
Great young players, financial resources. There's John Lester, 1 for 12 on the season. Severino has not allowed a base runner yet.
It was kind of fun when we were looking at the 1932 World Series, and you think about all the Hall of Famers that were on those two teams, and it makes you think about like kind of rekindling a lot of that history between these two squads, because as you mentioned, Booney, they are so young and talented. How many years will they be battling against each other, and how many of these names will be future Hall of Famers?
Cubs, the defending World Series champs. The Yankees off to a 19-9 start. Liner to left, but Lester hit it a bit too well, and it carries out to Hicks for the second out. You're watching Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. Dan Shulman, Aaron Boone, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney. 1-0 Yankees over the Cubs, bottom of the third. 8 up and 8 down for the Cubs so far. That brings up Javier Baez, as has almost always been the case this year. Joe Maddon hitting his pitcher 8th, hitting a position player 9th. Tonight it is Baez, who, as has been his custom over his major league career, he can be hot, he can be cold, a very streaky guy, and a pretty good groove right now. 11 for his last 29.
And again, with Baez, it's all about controlling the strike zone. If he's swinging at pitches in the zone and laying off those sliders down and out of the zone, or the high fastball up and out of the zone, he's deadly. It's outstanding bat speed, power, but just still too much of a free swinger to find that consistency. He's going to go to another level as a hitter.
He's the 3rd highest in baseball in chasing pitches out of the strike zone. He's at 42%. And the thing is he can hit a lot of pitches, and I think he knows that. So he can reach for a pitch off the plate and poke it in for a hit. He can hit pitches out a couple inches off the ground. But because he knows that, he's got great hands, he chases a lot.
Yep.
And particularly susceptible, Joe Maddon said, kind of the typical two things, either the elevated fastball or the slider down and away. Severino's got a great slider when he locates it. 2-strike count now. Is that what's coming here?
Well, yeah, and he just threw him a strike at the bottom of the zone, so you would think slider off of that.
It's a foul ball. It hit Baez, and Baez is down.
Almost looks like he caught this off the thigh or off the knee. It looked like higher on the leg. Just kind of a hanging slider. I think he wanted it down and away, and he just hung it in the middle of the plate. And Baez, see, this ball stays up. No, he catches it on the ankle or top of the foot there. Ah.
Oh.
He is back up, but an obvious discomfort, and we'll have to wait and see if he's able to continue. He wants to stay in the game, but will he be able to? While we wait, a chance for us to remind you tomorrow night on ESPN, the Monday Night Baseball matchup. Buster Posey and the Giants starting a 3-game set against Jay Bruce of the Mets, Matt Moore, and Jacob deGrom. The pitching matchup tomorrow night. Also streaming live on the ESPN app and watch ESPN. And how about the Mets and the Matt Harvey situation? Harvey suspended for 3 games, reportedly, for not coming to the ballpark yesterday. And last report, Buster, help me out if my information is old here, but last report is he reportedly may file a grievance saying there was miscommunication, and he told them he wasn't going to come. What's going on with Matt Harvey and the Mets?
Right, that he didn't show up for that reason. Yesterday, the Mets prepared to suspend him. There's some disagreement as to whether or not the suspension started yesterday, but either way, this is going to be a point of contention between the player and the team moving forward at a time when the Mets are having all kinds of problems.
High fly ball to left field. Hicks can't find it, and it's in the bleachers. So it doesn't matter. Hicks never saw it as a hobbling Javier Baez rounds the bases.
And what a competitive at bat by Javi Baez. And what allows him to get to the point where he eventually gets a pitch that he drives out of here, guys, is he laid off a couple of pitches that when he's struggling, he goes after with 2 strikes. He eventually gets a mistake from Severino, looked like a fastball middle in, and he's able to get the barrel to it and ride it out of here to left center, all the while in some pain. Here's a look, that fastball, he wants it down away, and it just kind of runs over the middle inner half. It ties him up a little bit, actually, but he's able to pull the hands in, the arms in, and get enough of the barrel to it to ride it out of here in left center. Earlier in the day, the flags were blowing straight in. This ball would not have flown out. Kind of a neutral wind. Hicks kind of in that twilight. This is the toughest time of night where outfielders will at times lose the ball in the air. He had no idea. It didn't matter.
Ellsbury saw it. He was racing over to left center to back up the play, but it was all for naught as it wound up in the bleachers, and the home run by Baez ties it at 1.
He's still in a lot of pain. The first thing he did get into that dugout was sit down, get off his foot.
And Schwarber sends one to fairly deep left field. Hicks is back over his head. That'll be a double.
This gives you an idea of how strong Kyle Schwarber is just as a hitter. And you see the location and where Romine is set up away. And look at the swing of Schwarber. I mean, he's not even all in on this. He kind of opens up his front side. And look at, he doesn't even finish with his back leg. He literally is poking this. People poke base hits to left field. Kyle Schwarber pokes a double over the head of Hicks.
Baez pretty excited about what his buddy just did. Rooting him on from the third base dugout. Schwarber took it all the way to the wall with that swing. And here's Bryant.
Well, and Hicks's route tells you that the ball is traveling a little bit to left field. I think he thought initially he had a beat on that ball. You see that kind of flags right to left field. And that ball kind of carried a little further than I think Hicks thought, as it wasn't a very good route. Another look, and you see Hicks kind of takes a peek at where he's at and then has to adjust and gain some ground. Had he taken an efficient route from the start, maybe an opportunity to make what would have been a very tough play, as that ball carried over his head.
Time now to take a look at our value player, brought to you by True Value. And what an incredible start to his professional career, going back to his collegiate career as well for Chris Bryant, the Golden Spikes Award winner with the University of San Diego, minor league player of the year after that, rookie of the year in 2015, and the National League most valuable player last year. What an extraordinary few years it has been for Chris Bryant, and I would imagine, we'll find out later, but the filibuster that we were talking about before with the Buster Olney, those 8 great young players, who's going to have the best career? I would imagine Bryant's getting a lot of votes.
I mean, what's next?
Yeah.
King? Does he get knighted?
Yes, Emperor.
Emperor of Chicago?
Like, in some ways you have to remind yourself it's only his 3rd year in the major leagues, and he didn't even start the 2015 season at the big league level. Remember, they held him down a little bit to some service time issues for a couple of weeks back in April.
No, it was development. He got that final bit of development in the minor leagues.
Thank goodness, Buster.
Buster, sarcasm does not become you. Bounced foul again. Hit a home run on Friday Bryant did. First inning gave the Cubs a 1-0 lead. They extended it on a home run by Schwarber, but then in the 9th inning, with Wade Davis unavailable because he had pitched 3 days in a row, Hector Rondon came in, and with 2 outs, 2 on, and a 2-2 count, Brett Gardner hit a 3-run homer down the right field line, gave the Yankees the lead. Aroldis Chapman locked it down with a save in the bottom of the 9th. Then the Yankees scored 5 in the first last night and beat the Cubs 11-6. So the Yankees stay hot. They've won 4 in a row. Changeup runs inside, full count. That's a developing pitch for Severino. Only throws it about 9% of the time, but intent on making it more of a part of his repertoire.
Well, and it's a pitch he does have a feel for, and in the minor leagues was a really good pitch for him, and I think is going to be the pitch that maybe allows him to develop into an ace.
That slider's pretty good as Bryant strikes out, and that ends the inning. They do tie it. The Cubs do win a home run by Javier Baez. We'll hear from Joe Girardi, the Yankee manager, when we come back. Wrigley Field, Yankees and Cubs. Moments ago, we had a chance to visit with the Yankee manager, Joe Girardi. Joe, Luis Severino sets down the first 8 before a homer and a double. What have you seen from him so far tonight?
Yeah, he's pretty good tonight. It looked like he just made a mistake to Baez. It looked like his fastball came back. He was trying to go away, it looked like, and he ended up in. It might even been off the plate. But so far, so good. I think his slider's good, and he's thrown some pretty good changeups.
Joe, so many young players on this team, obviously getting a lot of attention, but they really seem like they are enjoying themselves, as are you. Can you kind of describe, I guess, the culture it's been like this season?
Yeah, it's been a really good mix where the veterans have kind of taught the young guys, and the young guys have kind of energized the veterans. And, you know, we've gotten contributions from so many different people. We've had a couple guys go down. Torrea steps up, does a great job for Didi. Romine does a great job for Sanchez. And then, you know, Aaron Judge is having a huge year. And I think the presence of Matt Holliday has been extremely important.
Joe, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe.
Have a good night.
Peoria, Illinois native Joe Girardi, who grew up a Cubs fan, went to Northwestern, got a degree in industrial engineering. So the first time he thinks he came to Wrigley Field, it was always bat day. He said he always got a chance to come on bat day. He was about 5 years old. And the first thing he said when we asked him for his memories and what he liked, he said, well, the Ron Santo pizza. It was great.
And he said it was such seriousness.
Yeah. Well, it was deep dish, you know, is what he said. And he talked about Jose Cardinal and Ernie Banks and Billy Williams. His brother came with him, too, and he said his brother has saved all the memorabilia, all the signed baseballs that he got. But Joe, I guess as he grew up and became a baseball player and manager and so forth, he hasn't saved his. But, you know, like that kid, a young Joe Girardi used to come to Wrigley Field as a huge Cub fan back in the day. Of course, he played for the Cubs 2 different stints during his major league career as a catcher. And it's kind of cool when you can see, you know, Joe's a lifer. He's been around a long time, but there's still a little bit of that little boy Cub fan in here.
Just
right?
the look on his face when he was talking about hanging over the wall and getting the autographs and yelling at the players. And you see this Joe Girardi who gets very seasoned and can be very serious, especially over the years, and the glow on his face and the fact that he lost all these baseballs that he had signed by big-time players. Ernie Banks, he's like, "You go play with them."
So, Jose Cardinal too. He was one of my favorites.
Really?
It's good to hear that. Eddie Vedder is also his favorite all-time player, Jose Cardinal.
Cool. Here's Aaron Judge after the strikeout. Lester getting Castro. 5 strikeouts now for Lester. Judge with a fly ball to right field his first time up. 1-1, fouled off to the right, 1-2.
Jose Cardinal almost got me punched by Orlando Hernandez. That's my contribution. He was a coach on the Yankees, and I wrote a story about El Duque, and I talked about the hitters making adjustment to him, and it was in the New York Times, and it was in English, and El Duque asked him what I wrote. He said, "Oh, he said the league's figured you out." He wasn't happy.
Thanks, Jose. Fouled off again by Judge. One ball, 2 strikes. Judge, the co-leader in home runs in the majors, as mentioned, with Ryan Zimmerman of the Washington Nationals, each with 13. The 2 hardest hit balls in baseball this year have come off the bat of Aaron Judge. As we take a look at StatCast, powered by AWS, a home run at 119.4 miles per hour. And a double that he hit here Friday, a double to right center. One of these balls where I'm sure the second baseman says, "I got a chance." Then the next thing you know, it's at the wall.
But this is what's impressed me and why he's becoming this hitter is he's laid off pitches out of the zone now to get this to a full count.
And then he takes strike 3 call. Six strikeouts for Lester. One last story about Joe Girardi as we welcome Aaron Boone into our telecast tonight. And this surprises me because you're a very easygoing, good-natured guy. But when you're playing and Joe's catching, give me the teams in the year and the setting, but you get annoyed with Girardi.
One time, I've never shared this with him, so I'm sharing this for the first time.
So may as well do it on national television.
I would go up to home plate at times, and I was fairly chatty and always would acknowledge the catcher. But one of the things Joe used to do is, and I think it was a little gamesmanship, and he tried and distract you a little, he'd start conversations with you. And one time I felt like he was taking a little too far, and I had to ask him politely to please stop talking to me right now.
Like what? How were the kids? How's the stock portfolio? Like, what's he doing?
Just anything. Anything to take your mind off of what you're doing right there. There was only a couple people I had to do that in my career, and one of them was Joe Girardi.
And it was that polite, really?
I think it was polite with him.
Could you please stop talking?
I had another time with Chad Kruder, who was the son-in-law of my college coach, Mike Gillespie. He was intentionally trying to distract me, and I had to turn around and say, "Enough."
And when Aaron says enough,
that's right.
It's enough.
Just ask my kids.
Right.
Feel the fear from here, Booney.
That's right.
I think what I'd like to do is the next time we have a Yankee game, I'd like to ask Joe Girardi for his version of that story.
Well, you'll see him next week.
That's right.
Oh,
We will.
He'll probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But I do need to bring it up with him.
3-1 the count on Didi Gregorius. John Lester has really settled in ever since the first 3 batters of the game. Yankees got a run in the first. In and out of the glove there of Contreras. It is a full count on Gregorius. Lester has already struck out Castro and Judge this inning. Cy Young runner-up a year ago. Max Scherzer won it. Lester finished second, 19-5 with a 2.44 ERA. And here's the 3-2. And it's a ground ball to short. And that's the inning. 3 up, 3 down they go. Tied at 1 in the 4th. every game. Visit MLB.com/tickets today. Bottom 4 tied at 1. And Anthony Rizzo, who grounded out his first time up, leads it off in the 4th inning for the Cubs. Rizzo struggling. 2 for his last 31, 6 for his last 50, hitting .223 on the season. Shift on for the Yankees. He'll be followed by Ben Zobrist and then Addison Russell. 3 on the right side. Outfielders straight away. Wind has died down, not really blowing much at all. Little bit from right to left. See, they have the flags out in center field for the 3 National League divisions, and the flags are ordered in the position of the teams within those divisions. So entering play today, the Cubs and the Reds were tied. You can see the Cub flag on top in the middle and the Reds flag second, but the Reds won again today. Scott Feldman threw a shutout as Cincinnati won, and they have now moved a half game ahead. St. Louis is tied with the Cubs. Pretty competitive National League Central right now. And Rizzo heading back to the dugout after striking out. That is number 4 on the night for Severino.
Well, definitely caught Rizzo off guard there. As you see, no walks tonight with those 4 strikeouts, just the 1 run on the home run to Baez, but good feel of all of his pitches tonight on a cool night.
Okay, so a question for you guys. He throws 98 with a 91-mile-an-hour slider, wipeout slider. He's only walked 6 batters all year, and he struck out 40. So what does he need to do? When you just think of it that way, the stuff and the walks and the strikeouts, it seems like you're talking about an elite pitcher. What does he need to do to become a consistently elite pitcher?
Well, I think it's command of those secondary pitches, but also command with the fastball. And while at times he'll struggle a little bit with his command, meaning he's not pinpoint with his fastball, he'll throw a lot of strikes over the heart of the plate with that fastball. And even though he's a 97, 98 miles an hour, when he's in the middle of the plate, as that ball gets away and Zobrist is going to reach base on the strikeout, when he gets in the middle of the plate, because there's not a lot of deception in his delivery and his ball has a tendency to flatten out a little bit, I think it becomes a good hitting pitch when he's in the middle of the plate, which he is too often at this point in his career. But as soon as he dials in that fastball command, I think he really does have the potential to be a top of the rotation pitcher.
Strikeout on a wild pitch. Zobrist aboard. And here's Russell. In his last start, he gave up a 2-run homer on a 3-1 pitch after falling behind 3-0. Fastball down the middle, hit for a home run. And he gave up a 2-run sacrifice fly, which was a 400-foot fly ball to deep center on a 3-0 pitch. So both times he was way behind in the count, came in with a fastball, and the same hitter, Ryan Goins, hit both of them and hit him a long way.
I also think, because of his youth, and I remember all the hype when he hit 100 miles an hour a couple years back in spring training, and I think just knowing that he can throw the ball so hard, just like a hitter when his first at bat he hits a home run, and all of a sudden you start to be that person. And I think for Severino to realize 97, 98 is going to come, but if you muscle up and max effort and try to bring 99, 100 and blow it by guys, that's not him. I mean, he has such a loose style to him. It's easy. And I feel like when he makes mistakes, it's because he knows he can throw it hard, and he's thinking more about that than just pitching. And that's just youth. I mean, he'll grow through that, and he has already this season.
There's been a little bit of a suggestion that perhaps he occasionally tips his pitches, and specifically perhaps that the Blue Jays had something on him in his last start on Monday. Do you see anything?
I watched the entire start against the Blue Jays, and they definitely had some comfortable swings on even at breaking balls at times in counts where maybe you wouldn't normally be sitting on a breaking ball. So it lent itself to possibly something. I didn't see anything in his setup or with his glove or anything like that maybe a little bit the difference between his fastball and his breaking ball or his slider. I feel like there's a little, he would load up a little more in his legs and in his body on the slider or the breaking ball. And I think as a hitter, it's very subtle, but possibly something you could pick up and see the difference.
Full count on Russell. And Buster, this is something that internally the Yankees did at least have a look at after the last start to see if they could see anything?
Yeah, they took a look at it. Larry Rothschild, their pitching coach, determined that he didn't see anything. Part of the reason why the Yankees looked at it, the numbers were so striking because Luis Severino is a guy who gets a lot of swing and misses, and against the Blue Jays, that wasn't happening. They were taking some healthy cuts in unusual counts. So far, they haven't found anything.
3-2 again, and it's high, ball 4. 2 on with a 1 out for the Cubs. Severino now will face John Jay. Jay bounced back to the mound his first time up. Headley even with the bag, now creeping in a step or two at third as Jay hits one down to first. Holiday bobbles for a moment. They will get the out at second, force the runner there, and that is all. Remember, Matt Holliday making his first appearance in a game in the field this year. Made 9 starts at first base last year for the Cardinals.
Well, let's take a look at something our truck's been working on throughout this game as we've been kind of keeping an eye on the left there. You see the fastball and you see his foot more horizontal and even tilted down at the toe area. On the slider, perhaps a little higher kick, and the toe is pointing up a little bit. If this is something that he's consistently doing, this is something a guy that's adept at picking up pitches can read and can actually see, and perhaps that is something that teams are seeing.
But do you think a hitter will look at the foot? Is like a part of,
if they know that okay, here's what it is. Here's what tells you what pitch is coming. Once now you can key in on that, and now it's a challenge because you've got to watch that and be able to pick up the release point of the ball. So that's something that only the guys that are very good at would be able to do.
Nice play by Severino, and that'll end the inning. The Cubs will leave a couple of men on. We're at the end of 4 here at Wrigley Field. It's the Yankees and the Cubs all tied up at 1. Pretty good play by Severino to make sure the Cubs don't score. Only had a chance to visit with Cubs manager Joe Madden.
Joe, what was the conversation with Javier Baez as he's lying on the ground, whether or not he's going to stay in, and then when he hits the home run?
Yeah, I mean, he hit himself right on the top of the foot. It looks like it was actually swelling up. I didn't know where he was at. Finally started to breathe again, and then he said he was fine. Then he hits a homer.
What are you seeing John Lester so far tonight?
Good, real good. The fastball looks alive. The velocity numbers are good. Nice backdoor cutter to Judge. I like that pitch a lot. That first inning, they got a couple knocks that got that one run, but otherwise, I think he's been really sharp.
Joe, thanks.
And as we mentioned, the bullpen has been taxed heavily. A lot of innings for the relievers. The starters have not been going deep into games. As that ball knocks Headley down, just skipping out of the way to avoid having it hit him. The Cubs need a good start and a start deep into the ballgame from their ace, John Lester, here tonight. Next pitch is 70th as he works to the first batter here in the 5th inning. After Headley, it'll be Austin Romine and then the pitcher, Severino. Play Ball is MLB's initiative to inspire all forms of baseball and softball participation, making play opportunities available and fun for everyone. To learn more, go to playball.org. And dress warm when you do. May the 7th, and it's like 40 degrees. Strike 3 called to ring up Headley. That's 7 strikeouts now for Lester.
I've liked John Lester just hitting the corners and the way that he's used his fastball, and you see the setup of this pitch, but look at where it gets the plate. I mean, you can't get more, especially with a tight zone and Joe West behind the plate on the corner, black at the knees, and you can tell Headley.
That is dotting the fastball.
But that's John Lester's MO.
Yeah.
And when he's not dotting it, I mean, that's when he will struggle. Because he doesn't have 97, 98 that you see on the opposite side of Severino. This is 91, 92, and he's got to hit it. And normally, when he is on especially, that's what he does.
Romine grounded out his first time up. Yankees have 2 hits tonight. They both came way back in the first inning.
But because Lester's done such a good job tonight and really in his entire career at dominating the inside part of the plate to righties with that fastball and cutter combination, when he's able to go now and own the outside corner or make a pitch away, it just opens everything up, and why John Lester is the great pitcher that he is.
Liner to center. Jay the catch. 2 down. That'll bring up Severino, who struck out his first time up, had one pretty good hack at it. We dug up some numbers to compare American League pitchers and how they hit to National League pitchers. So this is since the advent of interleague play, which started back in 1997. You would assume that National League pitchers obviously are better hitters than American League pitchers.
Did he sell out on that, though?
He
was
is not getting cheated tonight.
Yeah.
But you could tell, I mean, this front, every part of his body was looking inside on that. Look at his front foot. I mean, look at where he's stepping. I mean, this is like going back to Little League stepping in the bucket, right? I mean, his entire front foot is like 2 feet to the left. He's not getting cheated.
Well, Michael Pineda had a base hit on Friday, so Severino's trying to keep pace with him.
Look at that front foot.
Well, he was John Shambi and Rick Sutcliffe, who had the game on Wednesday, we're talking about, and Eduardo, we're talking about Mike Harkey pitching to him about 60 miles an hour, and he was putting on display, and Harkey said after batting practice, well, if John Lester's throwing 60 miles an hour, you're in business Sunday night.
Now watch this front foot where it goes. That's the bucket.
Hey, what did Joe Girardi say to us? Part of the reason why I started Matt Holliday at first base tonight was because Luis Severino is a phenomenal athlete.
And we've seen him already with a couple of nice plays off the mound.
Last thing Lester wants to do is walk an American League pitcher.
Someone who'll run a run.
High fly ball left field. Pretty decent wood on it, but shy of the track. Schwarber's there. Severino is denied. Holiday at first base for the Yankees tonight. Let's get to know him a little bit better. To help us do that, here's Buster.
Matt Holliday comes from a family of athletes. In fact, there was actually talk that his grandfather Don was going to sign with the Yankees organization, but he instead enlisted in the military during World War II. Matt was a big-time high school quarterback. Look at that throw, setting an Oklahoma State record for touchdown passes. Last month, he picked up career hit number 2,000 against the Orioles. And two of his sons are at the ballpark all the time. That's Jackson on the left, Ethan on the right. Both have sweet swings. And guys, there are times when you're at the ballpark and you see the kids of players and you think to yourself, you know what? We might be talking about them in 10, 15 years. Booney, you know something about that?
Well, I definitely grew up at the ballpark like the Holiday kids, but my swing never looked as pretty as those two kids. I mean, those are some sweet-looking follow-throughs.
I mean, Jackson's finish is legit.
Man.
And they're both lefties. I mean, Matt swings right. They're both lefties.
Something tells me they're going to have some hand and forearm strength when they get a little older. He's hiding the forearms tonight.
All right. So as a little kid, you were like you weren't a phenom at 10 years old doing things where the major league players, your dad's team, you were just that precocious little Aaron running around.
Yeah, I was the guy
hot footing people.
I was imitating people, and no, I was. I mean, I was a good little athlete, but my brother was the one that was, because he was little, even though he was older. But he was like when he was 7 and 8 years old, shagging in the outfield, catching balls behind his back.
Oh, really?
And he was, he was like a wizard. I was just
you were playing pranks, I could see.
No, I was a serious kid, and I was, I held my own.
How old were you when you felt for the first time, or somebody said to you, you might have a future playing baseball, or was that always part of your DNA because of your dad? Always.
Naively, I knew I was going to play in the major leagues from the time I was a kid.
Because that's just what people do.
That's just what we did, right? But I had no idea how, you got to get the breaks, and you never know what goes into.
I love the life, though. I mean, growing up, and Holiday was showing me his kids and just like hitting in the cages downstairs, and I saw them down there, and just to be able to have that growing up and not know any different. I mean, that's the thing. Just be like, hey, like, whoever, Ellsbury, anybody, like, help me out with this.
My dad got called up to the big leagues in 1972. I was born in 1973. His last year was my junior year in high school. So it's all I knew. And especially back then with the Phillies, with the Angels, my dad took us to the ballpark all the time, and we got to do amazing things on the field each and every day before the game. And, you know, it really was an advantage to have those experiences, to be around major leaguers all the time. It's, you know, you always hear about high school football and football coaches. And
what was the coolest? Like, what was like the memory that when you think about all the awesome things that you got to do
other
and be
than
around?
working with us?
Right. You know what?
Naturally.
Veteran Stadium, old Veteran Stadium I loved it. And it's nostalgia for me. When I first got to go play there as a player, I thought it was the greatest thing ever because I grew up there, riding my big wheel in the clubhouse to playing run the bases or pickle in the hallways to shagging in the outfield to taking batting practice to having Harry Callis announce your name during the father-son game.
He's all giddy right now talking about it.
This is pretty good stuff.
Yeah,
I'm envious.
You know, I'm lucky to grow up the way I did.
Yeah. Swing and a miss, and Baez has gone 2 down. So Matt Holliday's grandpa always dreamed of being a Yankee and was on the verge of signing when he enlisted. His dad spent a year in the minors with the Pirates. Matt, obviously a great major league career. Will either Jackson or Ethan go on to professional careers? And for him to play for the same team that his grandfather loved, that's kind of cool. I mean, that's really full circle family kind of stuff right there. Now, did your dad go to the ballpark with Grandpa Ray?
Yep.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Aaron is part of a 3-generation major league family. There are 3, right? Boones, Bells, and Hairstons. Is that right?
Yeah.
Boones, Bells, and Hairstons,
yes.
I think. Yeah. Here's Schwarber, who has struck out and doubled. Over the head of a leaping Holiday towards the right field corner. Schwarber thinking 2. Judge with a strong arm. Throw not in time.
We saw in his last at bat, Kyle Schwarber just poke a double going away with a fastball, and now you see him a little bit further off the plate, and he takes a slider over the middle of the plate. Excuse me, a changeup.
And that was the pitch he struck out, remember, in his first at bat. A great adjustment there by Schwarber, rifling that into the corner. A little peek at the athleticism of Judge. We talk about the homers, but he's been outstanding defensively and right, and made that a pretty close play on what looked like a sure double.
Second double tonight for Schwarber. 2 down in the inning. Here's Chris Bryant. Sharply hit, but Gregorius makes a nice play and gets him by a step to deny Bryant and the Cubs. End of 5 at Wrigley, tied at 1. Taco Bell is brought to you by USAA. Insurance, banking, and investments tailored for the military community. Great shot from above the center field scoreboard at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Tied at 1, these two historic franchises, the Yankees and the Cubs. As we go top 6, top of the order, Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury began the ball game with a base hit, and then moments later, after taking a huge lead at first, got picked off by Wilson Contreras, who threw down to first, and Ellsbury was slow getting back.
Right now, that's looming as a huge play in this game, as Lester has really settled in after that first inning and is pitching outstanding. Cold, windy night, Chicago. Mess with those eyes.
Wilson Contreras, taking over as the primary catcher for the Cubs this year. Of course, the retirement of David Ross. So last year, Ross and Montero, and then Contreras, starting at the midway point of the season. Now Contreras getting the lion's share of the playing time, including all John Lester starts. An emotional guy, very talented, aggressive throwing to bases. Chopper back to the mound, and Lester will underhand it on the first in time.
Well, let's take a look at that big play in the first inning when the Yankees scored their run, but it perhaps could have been bigger. As you see, perhaps Contreras here just kind of alerting Rizzo that, hey, I'm looking to do this. You see the big lead for Ellsbury and the nonchalant secondary. He gets way off the bag, and Contreras does what he's done a bunch now, especially with Lester on the mound. You get too big a lead, you get a little lackadaisical out there, coming to get you. It was a big first out in that inning, and perhaps kept the Yankees from putting a crooked number on the board in the first.
And I remember David Ross taking advantage of that last year too. I mean, really using it as an advantage, knowing there were so many guys going to get big leads off of John Lester, knowing that he can't pick. And I want to say David Ross led the majors in pickoffs because of that very fact. So they're ready to do it. Base runners should be ready too.
Aaron Hicks, the batter, he's walked in each of his plate appearances tonight. Scored a run, scored the only run of the night for the Yankees. 7 for 10 in the first 2 games of this series, with 2 doubles and a home run among those 7 hits. Got him. Number 8 for Lester, a new season high. So 2 down and the bases empty for Matt Holliday in his first season as a member of the New York Yankees. As we mentioned, hit his 300th career home run on Wednesday. Joe Girardi mentioned it in the interview we had with him earlier in the game. What a great presence and influence he has been for the younger players on the Yankee team.
He even talked about how so many of these players have never come to Wrigley, and obviously him being a longtime Cardinal, been here so much, he's like, I almost wish this game was in the summer. He's like, I talked it up. I said, this is one of my favorite places to play ever. And he's like, the whole experience, walking down Michigan Avenue during the day, and he's like, but it's been so cold. Yeah. All the guys are coming back to me saying, well, you talk this place up, come on.
Well, and the ivy's coming in, but it's not all the way in like it'll be in the summer.
Well, this matchup just has a summertime feel to it.
This is just, and when it is summertime too, it is, to Matt Holliday's point, it is special. When you come in here on a weekend series, you play that Friday afternoon game, get to go out to dinner, and then you got a packed house, it's warm, the ivy, the nostalgia, it is special.
Mm-hmm. But it is not summer yet.
It'll be double that by July. 42 degrees, but it's the wind chill. Whew.
A little bit low. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Holiday.
Nah, it's not that bad. Schulman took off his toque.
It's not.
Says the guy with the warmer on his seat.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, I live in the West. This is only weather.
How's it down on the field, Buster?
This is July in Vermont.
But I will say, Olney is rocking long underwear under that spiffy suit he's wearing.
And I may have gotten a delivery of hand warmers from the Cubs dugout.
Man.
What
you know,
is
you've
happening
changed.
to you, Buster?
Number 9 for John Lester. Buster staying warm on the north side. On ESPN is presented by Taco Bell. Along with Jessica Mendoza, Aaron Boone, Buster Olney. We are at Wrigley Field in Chicago. The Yankees and the Cubs tied at 1. Anthony Rizzo leads it off against Luis Severino. Not used to seeing Rizzo struggle like he has over the last week to 10 days.
Well, and that was a first pitch slider in for a strike, something Severino's done very well tonight.
And that's a rare swing and chase for Rizzo. I mean, that's something when he did strike out on a pitch inside, and so probably looking for that, but still off the plate, out of the strike zone.
Swing and a miss on a slider down to the dirt. Throw down to first. Dug out by Holiday. 1 down. MLB.com at Bat is your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get club branded home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat today. Ben Zobrist, the batter, 0 for 2. Flied out, struck out. On the strikeout, reached on a wild pitch. Cubs off to Colorado. Yankees off to Cincinnati. 1 week from tonight, we'll catch up with the Yankees again as they host the Houston Astros on the night that Derek Jeter will have his number retired. The last single-digit number will be retired for the Yankees. They will all be gone. I mean, it was a done deal, obviously, many, many years ago that 2 was going to be retired, but next Sunday is the time.
Excited that he'll possibly be in the booth with us, be able to kind of get his take on this Yankee team, so similar to '96 team that he was a part of when they were young, motivated and hungry for championship.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the Astros.
Me too.
As good as they're playing right now, or as well as they're playing. And
here's a resume for you. You name it, he did it. And a Yankee from start to finish. He will have his number retired on Sunday night. Poke the other way. Base hit, Zobrist. So a base runner with 1 out here in the 6th inning, and that'll bring up Addison Russell. Last year, 21 home runs, 95 runs driven in. Some outstanding defensive numbers so far in the young season here in 2017. And a guy who's come a long ways from hitting 9th a lot for this team. Remember, Joe Maddon hits his pitcher 8th more often than not. Now he's, generally speaking, in the 5 spot for the Cubs. And it was actually the potential of Addison Russell that made the Cubs 2 years ago go to Starlin Castro and say, listen, Russell's going to be the guy at short. And a few days later, Castro, after not playing for a few days, he started moving over to second base, finished up at second in 2015. Then in the offseason, with all these great young players coming through the system for the Cubs traded Starlin Castro to the Yankees for Adam Warren, who then was sent back to the Yankees when Aroldis Chapman, as part of the Aroldis Chapman deal midway through last year. And of course, Chapman wound up back
but that was such
with the Yankees again.
Good move in all of that for Castro's career.
Absolutely.
Take a look at the brains behind this Cubs.
In 2015, when they made the flip of putting Addison Russell at shortstop and then Starlin Castro over at second, that's really when this team started to take off, and you started to see the great potential that this, what's turned into a great defense here in Chicago. And in many ways headlined now by Addison Russell, who looks like he's going to win some hardware over the years out there at short.
That had to have been hard. You think about Starlin Castro and what he went through the dark days of the Cubs, and to really be there when it started to turn around. He makes that transition to second. They start to get rolling, and he gets traded, and then sees what happens with the team that he was so closely tied with and a part of in a young career.
Jam shot roller out to short, to second, one to first in time. Good turn by Castro, big stretch by Holiday, and Russell grounds into an inning-ending double play.
Number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
One week from tonight, Sunday Night Baseball from Yankee Stadium, as Derek Jeter has his jersey number retired by the Yankees. It all starts with baseball tonight at 6:30 Eastern Time. Aaron, you of course were a Yankee, teammate of Derek Jeter's in that 2003 season, the season in which you hit the home run to win the American League Championship Series. Tell us what did you know about Jeter before you became a teammate? What did you learn as a teammate?
Well, so coming from the National League, I knew he was a great player. Getting to play with him took it to another level for me. He was, I mean, in the biggest of moments, whether he failed or succeeded, there was just this, he did rise. I felt like there was he rose his game, and there was just a comfort and a tenacity and an intensity in those moments that I'll never forget. I went there knowing he was a good player. I left there knowing how special of a player and a person he was.
I mean, for a guy to handle being the shortstop for the New York Yankees for 20 years with all the expectations that individually and from a team perspective that came with. Ranging to his left, Bryant. Wide throw, skips into the seats, and the error will send Castro to second.
Well, you said it, Dan. He does range a lot to his left. He shows you his athleticism and still has plenty of time. He just doesn't quite get his foot around and get himself squared up to first base when he had the opportunity to do it. You see a good break on the ball, shows good range to get to it, closes ground, but see his left foot doesn't get squared to first base, and as a result throws it into his stands. And that go-ahead run in scoring position now for Judge.
With nobody out here in the 7th inning. Judge tonight has flied out and struck out. Went 0 for 5 yesterday. Yankees scored 11 runs, but they did it without Judge. But until yesterday, I mean, he had been a wrecking ball. Still has 10 home runs in his last 16 games entering tonight. Bounced in by Lester to fall behind 2-0. And Lester's over 100 pitches right now here in the 7th inning, and there is activity in the Cub pen.
Pretty good block behind home plate by Contreras there to keep Castro from being able to move up too. That was not an easy pick that he picked clean behind the plate.
Chase that slider in on his hands, and it's 2-1, and activity in the pen. Carl Edwards Jr. now throwing for the Cubs.
Guys, he's got 18 swing and misses tonight, which is about double his typical rate.
It's a season high 18 swing and misses, and the first time that a Cubs starter has pitched into the 7th inning since April the 16th. And that was Lester.
Yep, and we had that game. That was the last time, and there's been a few outings of 6 innings, but no one has gone past that. Lester with a chance here tonight. This, I feel like, is the best his stuff has been. After that first inning struggling a little, he has been locked in for the most part.
3-1 to Judge.
Awesome job by Lester there. Look, 3-1. Not that you're putting him on, but you're not going to give in to a guy with this much power and swinging the bat as well as he is. He goes to that cutter. He shows him what looks like is going to be a fat pitch on the inner half, knowing that he's going to turn this into a ball and count on him leaving the zone. He does that and now gives himself a chance with 2 strikes to put him away.
3-2. High and deep to center field. Jay back off the base of the wall. Castro now rounding third, heading home. He'll come in to score on a triple by Judge, and the Yankees have taken the lead.
And what is so impressive about Aaron Judge at a young age is after getting that swing and miss on the cut fastball in, he sits with 2 strikes. He's able to sit and react to a curveball down in the zone and have enough pop to get this to the wall, add a triple. John Jay with his routing just over the glove to take the lead for the Yankees.
Lester is going to stay as Grimm has joined Edwards. Left-hand hitting Didi Gregorius up, so this could be last batter here for Lester. Infield in for the Cubs. Popped up shallow left. Russell going out. Schwarber coming in. Schwarber makes the catch, and not nearly deep enough for Judge to tag. That's the first out. And Lester was looking into the dugout. So far, no movement from Joe Maddon. Looks like he's going to leave Lester in.
There's so much talk about the power of Aaron Judge, rightly so, 13 home runs. But let's just take a look at the speed and the athleticism of what he can do. He hits this ball and he's jogging out of the box, but watch him kick it into another gear when he sees this is off the wall to be able to get to third base. And that's a big boy. That's 6'7", 280.
Defensive end running around the bases right there.
Here's Headley looking to add on. Infield still in. Runner at third, 1 out. Yankees up 2-1.
And this is what's uncharacteristic of the Cubs. The fact that this inning started off with an error. The fact that this run was scored because of that error, and Chris Bryant with the overthrow. And that's just something we did not see from last year's Cubs. Yes, they made errors, but what was at the core of what made them so great? Yes, pitching, offense, all of it, but their defense was so solid.
I would take it and say spectacular. All over the field, above average athletic defenders. And I think that was part of what contributed to what was the best pitching staff. You know, we talked about an ERA under 3 cumulative for their starting pitchers, and I think a lot of that had to do with the outstanding defense, the range, the spectacular plays they were able to make along with the routine. Tonight the defense bites them.
Season high in pitches thrown for John Lester, 110 and counting. Joe Maddon's got Edwards and Grimm up in the pen. Headley looking to get something in the air to the outfield and bring home Judge.
Another outstanding cutter in a hitter's count there to Headley. He's not going to give in with first base open here in the bottom of the order coming up. Throws one of his better cutters right in on the hands. A little more break on that pitch, breaks down and in. And again, this is not a time he'll give in to Headley.
Hot shot to third. Nice play, Bryant. Throw dug out by Rizzo for the second out, and Judge still at third. So that's the second out, and now some decisions for Joe Maddon. Does Lester stay or does he come out? And do they put Romine on and force Joe Girardi to potentially make a decision with Severino up next?
Well, and that's exactly what Chris Bosio is going to go out there and talk to John Lester about. All right, do you want to attack Austin Romine in this situation, or do we want to force the hands of the Yankees and force them into possibly making a move? Tyler Clippard is up in the Yankees bullpen right now getting ready. And I think this is just going to be John Lester's decision. What are you most comfortable doing? And I wouldn't expect them to out and out walk Romine. They'll, I'm sure, pitch carefully to him or pitch to him as though he's ahead in the count. Lester, that is.
Romine in the box, runner at third, 2 down. Down and in. Severino, the pitcher, on deck for the Yankees. Lester at 114 and counting. Severino hit a fly ball to fairly deep left field his last time up.
And you can see the first 2 pitches there, a little cutter in on the off the plate there, a changeup down the way off the plate. So they're not going to give in. Maybe another ball here and they might just put them on automatically. But they aren't going to give in even though they're behind.
Changeup down low, ball 3.
And a good job here by Romine too of understanding the situation, probably zoning just one spot and laying off all these pitches that are just off the edges.
Three and 1. Romine gets that one again. He won't be taking it again.
Yeah, a little surprised that they were pitching to him there on the 3-0 count, but that you wouldn't turn him loose in that spot.
Gets a call, looked outside, full count.
Well, this pitch definitely a little off the plate away and probably by design. John Lester saying, I'm going to hit the corner with it or just off and force him to leave the zone. Now with 2 strikes, maybe more inclined to go right after him.
You don't see guys throw 120 pitches very often.
No, and he's still dialed in. I mean, that's still exactly where he wants that pitch. Usually, sometimes guys can keep up the velocity, but the command starts to leave them. So far for Lester, not the case.
Although pitchers and pitching coaches will tell you it's about the stress of the pitches more than the number of the pitches, and Lester's had a number of 3 up, 3 down innings. Very little traffic, only 1 base runner from the 2nd through the 6th. 3-2 again. Bryant's got it. And that's the inning. The Yankees, though, do get one. Judge with an RBI triple to knock in the go-ahead run for the Yankees. To the Mets, 7 o'clock Eastern time. Jacob deGrom is the starting pitcher for the Mets tomorrow night. Cardinals and Marlins on a Wednesday night. And 1 week from tonight, the 21-11 as of now, Houston Astros off to a great start this year, taking on the Yankees in the Bronx, as we have mentioned on a couple of occasions, on the night that Derek Jeter's jersey number 2 will be retired. We go bottom 7 in a good game. A good one here at Wrigley Field. The Yankees 2 and the Cubs 1. John Jay to lead it off against Luis Severino. Jay will be followed by Wilson Contreras, and then the pitcher spot. Lester undoubtedly done for the night. Jay tonight 0 for 2. Just 7 hits in the game. 3 for the Yankees, 4 for the Cubs.
Well, and regardless of what happens tonight for the Cubs, I think they've got to be very encouraged, excited about the outing that they just got from John Lester. Probably his best performance of the year. And really, it was just the defense that let him down that is the reason he's leaving with a trailing 2-1. The error by Bryant, the misplay by John Jay that led to the triple for Aaron Judge, and we sit here with a Yankee lead in the 7th.
Tyler Clippard is up in the Yankee pen, and of course the Yankees bullpen has been terrific this year, and if you don't get him at some point, you got to deal with Betances and Chapman as Jay sprays it foul off to the left. Betances has not appeared yet in this series, so Joe Girardi's got a rested setup man, and at times has asked more than an inning of Betances. You'll see him in the 7th inning. Severino's pace is still really good. Buster talked about it in our meeting this morning, that Severino's one of the quicker workers in baseball. I think it was 6th fastest among all starting pitchers, and especially with nobody on base, his pace is really good. Keeps his fielders happy. Maybe helps him make good plays. Nicely done by Gregorius.
Well, Gregorius kind of shading up the middle. Great reactions here to his right on a sharply hit ball from John Jay. A good at bat from Jay. And you see, actually, Gregorius doesn't see the ball real well off the bat and actually first flinches to his left. It's a real nice job of recovering and getting to his feet in a hurry. And then Matt Holliday, now we've seen a couple of times tonight, handle balls in the dirt. So Holliday, his first chance at first base this year with the Yankees, has played well over there. A big first out here in the 7th.
Severino maintaining his velocity, 98-mile-an-hour fastball on his 103rd pitch of the night as he starts Wilson Contreras with a strike. Pitcher spot due up next, and Tommy La Stella, just brought back to the majors, just called up today by the Cubs as they made a couple of roster moves. He's out in the on-deck circle. One of the sliders he didn't get down and away from the right-handed batters, backed up on him, wound up inside.
Well, and we talked about, you just mentioned how Buster talked about his pace and how he does do a really nice job of working quickly. But there are times, and we saw it a lot last year, where he would seem to start to speed up on him and the game would start to go real fast. It looked like he overthrew that slider, but he does a good job of kind of self-correcting, taking a deep breath, taking a step off the mound, settling himself, and now executes that pitch really nicely. That's where he wanted to throw that ball. That's a pitch that a hitter will likely chase. It's not too high, but up and out of the zone. and now that gives him a chance to maybe set up and go back to that slider down and away.
2-2 again. Got him looking with a slider up in the zone for out number 2.
Well, he made a mistake with it, and it didn't do a whole lot, and I don't know what Contreras is upset at. That pitch is right down the middle. He had some words for Joe West, who wasn't having it. I'm not sure what he saw. This is actually a mistake with 2 strikes. They definitely want to go down and away with the slider to try and get the chase, and it really is just sitting in the heart of the plate, and it freezes Contreras.
Pitching coach Larry Rothschild to the mound. 2 outs, bases empty, 2-1 Yankees. Clippard ready in the pen. Tommy La Stella announced as a pinch hitter.
And that's what this visit is all about. Just a little scouting report on Tommy La Stella, how we're going to attack him. And now Betances up in the Yankee pen, and with all that rest, one more batter, and it's probably Betances to Chapman. Is how the Yankees would love to finish this thing off.
So Clippard was up in case Severino got in trouble early this inning. Now Betances after he's gotten a couple of outs.
And my eyes still want to go down the line every time.
Yeah.
It's something that was so great about this park, at least as a fan and as an announcer, is to look and see who's coming in.
That'll be the inning as La Stella grounds out. What a job tonight by Luis Severino. Presented by Taco Bell's new loaded taco burrito. 2 great pitching performances tonight. John Lester and Luis Severino. Javier Baez, just after fouling a ball off his foot, homered. Aaron Hicks never saw, but didn't matter. It was in the bleachers. Aaron Judge with an RBI triple, bringing in Starlin Castro with a go-ahead run, and the Yankees trying to sweep the Cubs. Have a 2-1 lead going to the top of the 8th. And a new pitcher on for the Cubs, right-hander Justin Grimm.
Big fastball, mid-90s with the 4-seam fastball, and a curveball that will basically throw 50-50 fastball curveball. Draws Brett Gardner to lead off the 8th here.
Brett Gardner pinch hitting in Severino's spot. Gardner had himself a big Friday. Mentioned it once earlier in the show. 9th inning, the Yankees were down 2-0. Hector Rondon was on the mound because Wade Davis was unavailable, having pitched the prior 3 days. There were 2 men on, 2 outs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Gardner got a down and in breaking ball and hooked it down the right field line for a 3-run homer. And was fired up, to say the least, on his trip around the bases, and you can't blame him. They were a strike away from losing. That 3-run homer gave him the lead, and Aroldis Chapman saved it in the bottom of the 9th. And Gardner, who 10 days ago had no home runs and no RBIs, now has 5 home runs and 10 RBIs. He's had two homer games in the last week and a half. A bullet up the middle for a base hit.
And the one spot, too, that literally they were trying to stay away from Gardner was inside, and the slider came in on his hands. And with the wind where it was blowing, this was probably the one spot that you could hit it out in this game. The reactions from Rondon and Gardner come around the bases. I mean, you felt like the game was over watching this. And with 2 outs, 2 strikes, as you mentioned, Dan, the win for the Yankees off the bat of Brett Gardner.
And that intensity, that exuberance has really been evident with this Yankee club the first month of the season. I think that this blend of veterans and young players, it's been infectious. And this is a team that is starting to really believe that they can have a special team.
I'm not used to seeing that kind of emotion. I mean, it's fun to see with this Yankees team.
Well, some younger players, Aaron Judge obviously having an enormous impact. Gary Sanchez had that kind of impact last year. He's just back from the DL. Severino. And there's more coming.
Yet within the organization, I hear a lot of comparisons to 94, 95, 96 Yankees, because you had that great young wave of talent with Pettit and Rivera and Jeter, and some veterans too that wound up winning a lot of games.
Hit hard down the right field line and off the scoreboard. That is up above the wall and out of here for a 2-run homer. Jacoby Ellsbury rips one on a line to deep right field, and the Yankees have extended the lead.
Watch the hands of Jacoby Ellsbury. This pitch up in the zone. Look at the location inside on his hands.
He didn't miss that spot by much. Maybe he reaches back a little bit, but that pitch is to the corner, and he just beats him to the spot. That's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, Jess, that he's able to keep fair.
But his hands, I mean, he just kept them so close.
That's 4 home runs now for Ellsbury, who seems to be a little bit rejuvenated and playing perhaps as good a baseball as he's played now in a couple of years in a Yankee uniform. And you see, they are fired up again in that Yankee dugout.
The highest scoring team in the American League, a team that has won 18 of its last 23. And as Joe Girardi said, their shortstop was on the DL for a month. Their catcher was on the DL for a month. You know, Greg Bird, who was coming off a season-long injury last year, he was ill at the beginning of the year, then suffered a foot injury, then went into a slump. Now he's on the DL with an ankle injury. Yet they are still off to a great start this season.
And it's a really fun team to watch play right now.
Strike 3 called, and that's all for Hicks.
One more look at that home run from Ellsbury. They wanted to get the fastball in, Jess. You see the setup there. He reaches back a little, but it's on the corner. I mean, that's just a great job of clearing the hips. Not an easy ball to keep fair, and he does it.
So a 4-1 lead now for the Yankees, and it's gotten really quiet here at Wrigley Field. As excited as Yankee fans have to be about their team in the first 5 weeks, how nervous should Cub fans be about their team? Now, they haven't played their best baseball, nothing close to it. Joe Maddon acknowledges that, and they're still 2 games above 500. It's not like they're 9-21 or anything. They're 16-14, but they're a ways off the pace they were setting early last year.
I would not be overly concerned. I mean, look, 2 games over 500. We touched on it a little bit earlier in the broadcast. I think they're in a good spot considering they haven't pitched real well as a starting staff. Their offense nowhere near to clicking yet, and yet they're sitting here in a decent position. It's a matter of time. There's too much talent on this Cubs roster to not get it rolling. As long as the starting rotation can stay intact, can stay healthy, they'll eventually go on a big run.
So looking for the likes of John Lackey, Jake Arrieta, Kyle Hendricks to try to get back to where they were last year. John Lester certainly did his job tonight. Great stop by Baez. Safe at first, though, is Holiday. What an effort by Javier Baez. What arm strength.
How about them?
I mean,
another one of those plays that only Javi Baez makes. This ball is scalded back up the middle. A great break on it. Kind of a tough hop he's got to deal with.
Throw.
Yeah, to be able to get that much on it.
I mean, Rizzo is reaching over his head. Look at where he's at when he fields this ball, gets enough to his knee, falling away to his back, and still gets enough on that throw to make it competitive.
Infield hit Holiday. Here's Castro. The former Cub is 0 for 3 tonight. Has scored a run and driven in a run. The leading hitter in the American League, now at .371 on the season. Fly ball right field. 2 down. MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. You get to see Javi Baez try to make extraordinary plays. You get to see Aaron Judge swing the bat.
Joe Maddon talked about that foot swelling up on Baez earlier in the game when he fouled that ball off his foot.
And then a home run, and
no ill effects there.
It's not often you see a second baseman and a shortstop come up at kind of the same time, play together, spend years together, and both of them with a chance to be extraordinary defenders. But that's what could happen here with the Chicago Cubs.
Well, I'll take it a step further. They already are extraordinary defenders. I think the question remains with both Russell and Baez is, what can they become offensively? Can they become the impact players on offense that they most certainly already are on defense?
And to your point about the defense, Addison Russell, among all players in big leagues, right now leads in defensive runs saved, which is a popular defensive metric used by teams.
well, what's even more interesting is number 3, or who was number 3 on that list, is Aaron Judge as a right fielder. And that's probably what's not talked about, and probably rightly so, because the guy's hitting so many bombs and the way that he swings the bat. But the overall player that Aaron Judge is Matt Holliday told me yesterday he has never seen a more gifted athlete in any sport than Aaron Judge. And that says a lot. Holliday's been around.
Big cut, and he comes up empty, 2-2. Curveball line to left field. Nice running catch by Schwarber. Well, the Yankees got a couple on the Ellsbury homer, now lead 4-1 going to bottom 8. The Schwarber catch making sure it didn't get any worse than that.
Us kind of sensing what had happened, and they just started giving Mark hugs. It was the best thing that I've ever done in my life, and it was as simple as helping someone.
Sebastian Terry's a 35-year-old native of Australia who has been on an adventure of a lifetime since 2006, traveling the world in pursuit of completing an ambitious list of 100 things. Seb discovered the meaning of his mission would go far beyond finding his own happiness. Stay tuned after the game for this week's SC feature, The List. Sports Center at night. John Buccigross and Steve Levy coming your way. Coming your way, Dellin Betances.
Well, you can see the dominating numbers. ERA under 1, WHIP just above 1, 17 strikeouts now in just over 9 innings of work. And part of that dominant back end of the bullpen for the Yankees. Betances 98 typically with the fastball and the nasty wipeout slider. He'll likely have the 8th with Chapman probably lurking in the 9th.
And Baez looked like he may have aggravated the discomfort in his foot on that swing. Now he hit a home run in the at-bat in which he suffered the foot injury when he fouled a ball off the top of his foot, but twice since then, once in this at-bat, he's hobbled around a little bit in the aftermath of a big swing. One down. 99 up at the belt. Got a number of defensive changes for the Yankees here in the bottom of the 8th. Brett Gardner stays in the game in left field after pinch hitting. Aaron Hicks has moved from left to right. Aaron Judge out of the game. Chris Carter's in at first base for Matt Holliday. And of course, Betances is now on the mound. Kyle Schwarber, the batter, 2 for 3, couple of doubles. Even though Schwarber has struggled this year, not tonight, but struggled this year, he has still taken his walks. He's the leadoff man for the Cubs. And a batting average under 200 coming into the game, but an on-base percentage over 300. So he's still getting on base at a decent clip considering how low his batting average has been. And he's upped that a little bit with a couple of hits tonight.
And it's the best night that I've seen him, and I haven't watched every single game the Cubs have played just because of how he's handled these at-bats. And not that there was anything glaring wrong through his, if you want to call them struggles, but the double that he had just poking it to left on a fastball, his ability to stay on the changeup and pull it to right.
I think what we forget sometimes, what is he, 23, 24?
24.
24 years old. He's basically had a couple of months of big league experience 2 years ago, and then the ridiculous performance he had in the World Series. We forget this guy missed a year of playing at the age of 23 when he really hasn't even played in the big leagues. Hitting's really hard, even when you have his talent. So the fact that he's gotten off to a bit of a slow start, but still the 5 home runs, getting on base. Again, it's a matter of time for him before he really gets it rolling.
This is his 101st regular season game in his career.
Here's Chris Bryant. Schwarber aboard. Bryant 0 for 3. Cubs down 4-1, bottom 8.
And this is a guy who's had it rolling. 17 consecutive games he's reached base. That's in jeopardy now. This 0 for 3. But just watching his talents and his success from the moment he's come up, and the uniqueness of his swing. Even watching, his stance, how low he is. A big launch angle guy. We hear that thrown out there a lot more now than ever. He's been that way since a young kid.
Base hit through the left side.
And he struggled with the slider all night. He was chasing pitches down and out of the zone from Severino. And when he took that first pitch fastball strike, actually on the second pitch of the bat, you could tell he was just kind of selling out for the breaking ball. Betances comes into the zone with it. There's no doubt in my mind he's looking for this pitch. It puts his best swing of the night, stays on this long enough, and now gets the tying run to the plate for the Cubs in Anthony Rizzo.
Many on their feet here at Wrigley, trying to stay warm, trying to cheer on their team, and maybe trying to give a bit of an emotional boost to a struggling Anthony Rizzo. 0 for 3, 6 for his last 52. But a guy who's had so many big moments for the Cubs in his time in a Chicago uniform.
And he's ditched the batting gloves.
Yes.
For this at bat. Yes. He's trying everything. That looks like maybe even a different bat he's using.
Fouled off, and it's quickly 0-2.
Frustration. Rizzo just a little out of sync for him the last few days, and
well, now he's unlikely to see a strike here for at least a couple of pitches,
and he knows it.
Yep, he's got to show the discipline to be able to take.
Got a piece.
But then be able to react when it's in the zone.
Exactly. But he's such a guy that tinkers and will make all kinds of adjustments, and we see him choke up, we see him move in the box a lot, and going with no gloves here, just trying to give himself a different feel change his mindset just a little bit, hopefully to free him up.
Fastball upstairs gets him, 2 down.
Well, when you have to protect that slider that he just saw and fouled off from Betances at 88. Watch this pitch at 101 at the top of the zone, and this is what makes Betances so good in these situations with 2 strikes. As you know, in the back of your mind as a hitter, you have to protect, especially with 2 strikes, that slider, and then to elevate the fastball like he did. Rizzo did not have a chance.
Here's Ben Zobrist. 2 on, 2 out, tying run at the plate. And a pitch over the outside edge for a strike. Zobrist's facial expression certainly suggests he thought that ball was outside. Well, you deal with Severino for 7 innings. You think you might get a break when the opposing team has to go to the bullpen, and instead you get Betances.
Not when you're playing the Yankees.
Yep.
Well, the Yankees entered with this season with all kinds of questions. How would the young players perform? How would all the position players perform? How would the starting rotation be? The one area they felt for sure they would be as good as anyone is in that bullpen, and that has certainly manifested itself in the first month of the season. And now with Betances and Chapman, 2 of the best in the business.
The 0-2. And Zobrist lays off the slider in the dirt. Romine finds it. The runners won't risk advancing.
This is where Zobrist is so good. Being able to stay off this pitch as you get a look at Romine and the block, keeping this within reach.
Well, Joe West helped there too.
Joe didn't even move at all. You see Zobrist choked up on the bat too, and
You know, the only thing I'll say is this: I don't think Cub fans have the right to boo an opposing catcher who goes to the mound, because as gifted and fun to watch as Wilson Contreras is, he leads the majors in going to the mound.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Except when Lester's on the mound.
It's true.
Lester gives him a look.
Yeah.
He remains right behind home plate.
On the same page, 1-2 pitch. Bouncing ball up the middle, backhanded stop Castro, and that's the inning. The Cubs leave a couple of men on. At the end of 8, the Yankees lead 4-1. To wrap up Buster's poll question of the night, Buster, who's the winner?
Well, the poll question, who will wind up with the greatest career? And as you predicted, Dan, it was Mr. Chris Bryant in a runaway.
Whoa.
Wow.
Almost 24,000 votes in this week's poll.
And Aaron Judge, I mean, in second. And really no one else. A lot of zeros and ones.
Gregorius with a bouncing ball down to first for the first out of the inning. Gleyber Torres getting some votes of people. 4 people who may not be as familiar with that name. He was maybe the key part of the deal that the Yankees got when they sent Aroldis Chapman to the Cubs during the regular season last year. Arizona Fall League MVP, currently doing well at AA in the Yankee system, but this is a runaway for Chris Bryant.
It's not fair, really. Rookie of the Year, MVP's already shown a career in 2 years.
Yeah. Talking to CC Sabathia a couple weeks just about the start of this team and, you know, the youth and veteran blend that the Yankees seem to have going. One guy he talked about that he said wasn't here yet, Gleyber Torres is going to be a star in this league.
What position does he wind up playing eventually, do you think?
I think he ends up at second or third. He's playing shortstop down in the minors. You see CC there enjoying this great start for the Yankees.
Hey, that guy knows how to rock a toque right there.
Yeah, he does.
One quick thing, Torres is actually playing 3 days a week at shortstop, 2 days a week at second base, 2 days a week at third base, building in some flexibility.
You know, Gregorius and Castro, not old players by any stretch of the imagination in their primes, but you know, as we saw with the Cubs over the last couple of years, you got to be flexible. They'll move people around, and it's about getting your 9 best guys on the field.
Yep.
2 down for Austin Romine. So the Yankees up 4-1, top 9. They're trying to sweep the series, and they've got Aroldis Chapman rested and ready to go for the bottom of the 9th. Got the save on Friday. He got his ring on Friday.
It's pretty incredible, too, what the Yankees were able to get for Chapman last year to the Cubs, and then to be able to just get him, buy him back. A win.
Liner to center field, John Jay. And that's the inning. We're going to the bottom of the 9th. The Yankees are 3 outs away from a sweep, and they will send Aroldis Chapman to the mound. Aroldis Chapman materializing from the new bullpens under the bleachers here at Wrigley Field as the former Cub, their closer last year when they won the World Series, jogs in towards the infield to try to nail it down for the Yankees here tonight. More baseball action coming your way this week. Giants and Mets with Jacob deGrom on the mound. Matt Moore for the Giants tomorrow night. Cardinals and Marlins Wednesday. And 1 week from tonight, one of the best teams in baseball, the Astros, against another one of the best teams so far, the Yankees, on the night that Derek Jeter will have his jersey number 2 retired at Yankee Stadium. Should be a fun night. Here's Chapman.
Back with the Yankees, and it has been a successful return. ERA under 1, whip under 1, the strikeout to walk ratio outstanding. Still doing it with that electric fastball that will routinely be over 100 miles an hour. He'll throw that over 70% of the time, but this year actually using the slider and the changeup a little more, with a little more frequency than he has in past years. The first pitch at 98 in the heart of the plate.
Re-signed to a 5-year deal in the offseason by the Yankees. We documented the path that he has taken over the last couple of years, going from Yankees to Cubs and then back to Yankees. Addison Russell leads it off. John Jay on deck. Wilson Contreras behind him. The Cubs need base runners. Had the tying run at the plate in the 8th inning for both Rizzo and Zobrist, but Dellin Betances got the outs he needed to hand the ball to Chapman. The Cubs held to 1 run on 5 hits tonight. The only run on a home run by Javi Baez. Slider just outside. With the Cubs, that includes his postseason numbers. Remember how much he pitched in games 5, 6, and 7 of the World Series. Day off between 5 and 6, but he threw 97 pitches in those 3 games. Pitched a lot in game 6. Gave up the lead in game 7. Was critical of Joe Maddon in the aftermath. It all worked out in the end for the Cubs, of course, as they won it in the 10th inning of game 7. Full count on Russell. Walked him. As we mentioned on Friday, when Chapman came back to Wrigley Field, he received his World Series ring from last year, getting hugs from Rizzo and Hayward and the rest of his teammates and Joe Maddon, as they no hard feelings on what Chapman said, I guess, in the offseason, to Maddon presenting him with his ring. Not there long with ownership and a management, a ring that, of course, had, not of course, but we found out, had 108 diamonds in it. One for every year since the Cubs last won the World Series.
I think what gets lost in that great game 7 against the Indians is Chapman's performance when he gave up the lead and was clearly out of gas and on fumes, and he basically went to the slider to get the heart of the Indians order out to give them a chance to eventually win it in extras.
Struggling a little bit here with his command. Walked the leadoff batter. Yeah, Chapman gave up the lead in game 7 of the World Series in the 8th inning. When Rajai Davis hit that home run, he came back out and got through the 9th inning. The Indians came up in a tie game in the 9th inning of Game 7 of the World Series. A run wins it, and Chapman was on fumes at that point, but somehow got through that inning.
And I think he threw like 7 or 8 or maybe even 9 sliders in a row, clearly out of gas. And right now, just struggling ever so slightly with that command. Got ahead of Addison Russell 0-2 before losing him, and now 2 strikes to Jay, but he's run it back to even.
Didn't pitch yesterday, got the save Friday. Into center field, a base hit. And the first 2 men have reached for the Cubs, which will bring the tying run to the plate. Wilson Contreras, who might have just tried to make amends with Joe West. Remember last time he walked away from the plate and kind of glared at him for a pitch that certainly appeared to be a strike. He said something to Joe West just as he got up there.
I guarantee you he's since seen the replay and knows that it was really right down the middle of the plate and probably is coming clean on that. Hey, I saw it, my bad. And Joe kind of gave him a subtle okay. Still not sure about you.
2 on, nobody out, tying run at the plate. Ball 1.
K-Zone had it as a strike, and you could tell with Chapman's reaction he wanted it called as well.
Part of it, though, is he's been so inconsistent with his command this inning and missed the spot so badly that Romine had to really work across to catch that ball and didn't catch it very well.
There's a strike on the corner, 1-1. Cubs 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position tonight. Albert Almora is on deck in the pitcher spot. Contreras didn't like it, but he's not going to say anything. 1-2.
A few weeks ago I talked to Austin Romine, and he was saying how he would love to frame some of Aroldis Chapman pitches. The last 2 pitches, he's done an excellent job with that.
Yeah, that pitch was definitely a ball or so off the plate, and they get the call. We haven't seen Joe West very much call pitches off the plate. That one certainly was.
Swing and a miss to get him, 1 down.
Well, one of the better fastballs he's thrown. They want it down in the strike zone, down outer half, 100 miles an hour. Good, just nice angle on that pitch, and the first one of the few that he's really commanded here. A big first out in getting Contreras.
So here is Albert Almora Jr. hitting .283 in 60 at bats as he takes up and away ball 1. Got some pop, got a lot of ability, tremendous defensive outfielder, and the Cubs feel, Joe Maddon specifically, feel that he's really got a ton of upside offensively. Still coming into his own. Nothing like not being in the starting lineup and taking a BP, say 5 hours ago on a freezing cold night, and then being asked to come off the bench against Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, but I will say it helps that the first couple of pitches you've gotten a swing out of the way, and you're only at 1-1 right now, so you're at least into the flow of the game now.
Slider just misses,
and now you're ahead in the count. And I think if you're Almora, you're picking one side of the plate. I think you look elevated on the outer half, because if then he throws the slider or something soft off of that, you're in position to handle it, because that's where a mistake will come from.
Liner to center and down for a base hit. Russell's going to come in to score. On his way to third is Jay, and it's 4-2.
Well, this is a real poised quality at bat from Almora off the bench. And this is exactly where that fastball is. It's on the outer half, a little bit elevated. And that's right where he's looking. That's more in the heart of the plate. And he just rifles it back through the middle. And now is the tying run at first base. As Baez comes up, Almora with a high five from Brandon Hyde over there at first. A quality at bat.
So the tying run is at first. The winning run is at the plate. And it's Javier Baez, who's already homered tonight. Chapman's already thrown 19 pitches. He's gotten one out. Swing and a miss, 0-1.
And remember Baez, after his last strikeout, 99 up in the zone, he came limping off with that front foot.
And now this is just the battle of, can Baez control the strike zone? Can he lay off the high fastball out of the zone? The breaking ball is down and out of the zone now that he's behind in the count.
Couldn't lay off there, and it's 0-2.
And that's a great job by Romine and Chapman of understanding who's at the plate. They're ahead in the count now. Now they can start playing with the fastball. 100 miles an hour up around the letters. They know that's a good place to go. And now a couple of pitches here where they can work the outskirts of the zone.
Runner goes from first. Pitch swung on, fouled back by Baez.
And he would have had that stolen easily. Obviously, Baez with 2 strikes has to go after pitches in the zone there, but that would have got the tying run to second base as he had a huge jump off of Chapman, basically ignoring him over there.
A run in for the Cubs here in the bottom of the 9th. Tying run at first, winning run at the plate with a 1 out. Chapman's given up 2 hits and a walk amongst the 4 batters that he has faced. 0-2 again upstairs. Runner holding put this time at first base. All fastballs so far in this at bat to Baez.
And I would challenge one more time up and out of the zone and see if he has the discipline again to lay off it. And then if he does, go down and away with that fastball where he's less likely to do damage with.
Chapman to walk, Russell to begin the inning. John Jay with a base hit. Contreras struck out. Then Albert Almora comes off the bench with a pinch hit RBI single. 4-2. And the Cubs still battling here in the bottom of the 9th. 1-2. Up and away. Frustration from Chapman. Snapping his glove at that return throw. And 24 pitches already, and a lot of work left to be done. They start to chant Baez's name over and over here at Wrigley. Runner goes, pitch popped up foul and back out of play.
There's a look at the last time in the regular season that he's blown a save. 16 straight he's converted, as Baez has worked him now to a 2-2 count.
Fouled back again.
Good job of staying back on that slider right there. First off-speed pitch he's thrown to Baez in this at-bat, and Baez able to keep the hands back long enough to spoil it. And another bonus is now you've at least seen that. You've had 4, 5, 6 pitches to time up that fastball, and now you've at least seen what his secondary pitch looks like.
8th pitch of the at-bat, Chapman and Baez. Runner goes. Base hit through the left side. Almora coming around to third, and the Cubs are within a run.
What did we talk about early in this game for Javi Baez? It's about controlling the strike zone. And on both hits tonight, the homer earlier, he laid off pitches to extend the at-bat before he gets a mistake to drive it out. Here he falls behind 0-2, lays off a couple of pitches he's prone to chase, and eventually is able to get a piece of that slider, a pitch that he saw prior. He gets enough of the barrel on it to roll it through the hole. A big-time at-bat there from Javi Baez.
2 runs across, tying run at third with 1 out in the 9th inning, and the batter is Kyle Schwarber. Ooh, a big hack and a foul back. Schwarber 2 for 3 with a walk tonight, 0 for 2 in his career against Chapman, both strikeouts. Almora, pretty good speed at third, representing the tying run. No swing.
And at some point, I would think maybe Chapman might want to throw over to first again one more time, just to put that thought in the Cubs and Baez's mind as the winning run over there at first base. You don't want him just taking off while you completely ignore.
There he goes. Strike 2 called, and Baez into second. Meanwhile, Almora very active at third base. Headley playing way off the bag, and Almora getting way down the line on every pitch.
Well, now that forces this Yankee infield to come in. The double play was in order up until that point, but with Baez now out at second, they're going to try and cut off that tying run.
Swing and a miss by Schwarber for a big second out.
Well, just a great job by Chapman there, who's been erratic with his command in this inning. He paints a fastball down and away for strike 1, gets the foul on the second pitch, and then climbs the ladder with the fastball and blows it by him.
And now with Bryant up and Rizzo next, don't they have to put Bryant on? They're going to talk about it. As long as you trust Chapman to throw strikes, don't you put Bryant on and pitch to Rizzo? The winning run's already at second.
Yeah,
you got to do this.
Absolutely,
right?
And especially when you consider that Rizzo's in the funk that he is right now at the plate. I think this is a no-brainer. They're going to talk to him. I don't think they'll even give him the decision. I think they're just going to out there and say, all right, let's put him on, and how do we want to attack Anthony Rizzo?
Rizzo's strikeouts tonight coming on a fastball in, a fastball up in the zone. He had a strikeout against the slider, but we saw his own frustration, and I mean, there's a lot going on upstairs for Anthony Rizzo right now.
Interpreter out there along with Ray Rothschild to talk to Chapman. Big gathering on the mound, all the infielders. 2 runs in. Now, if they were going to intentionally walk him, we'll know it very soon. You drop the bat, you go down to first the way that it is right now.
Wow.
But it doesn't look like it, huh?
Wow. This is surprising.
So they will pitch to Bryant. Tying run at third, winning run at second, 2 down in the ninth. Off the glove of Romine, but not far enough away for Almora to risk it.
I wonder at which point they'll put him on, because clearly they can't go after Bryant here.
Well, and with him already having thrown 32 pitches, do you want him to throw now 3 more before having to face Rizzo, if that's where it's eventually headed?
Well, that's another thing you risk too, though. With his stuff, if you're just challenging outside the zone, you risk that wild pitch as well.
Swing and a miss, 1-1. Tyler Clippard, to back up in the bullpen, was up a couple of innings ago. Bryant in his career 0 for 2. 1 strikeout, 1 walk against Chapman. Rizzo's had a lot more experience against him. 3 for 14, 6 strikeouts. Doesn't get the call.
Well, this is a strike. This is in K zone. It definitely catches plenty of the top of the strike zone and just on the outer half, but
well, that elevated fastball is exactly where Chris Bryant likes to swing, and I imagine they stay there.
Season high in pitches now for Chapman. 3-1.
Now you got to put him on.
And they will. But he threw 4 extra pitches to get there. And now it'll be Rizzo. It's a lot of drama for a baseball game in May, don't you think? Yankees and Cubs.
Fans on their feet. The weather feels like October.
And as mentioned, the numbers for Rizzo against Chapman. A lot of that, of course, Rizzo a Cub, Chapman a Red. That's why they know each other so well. Tying run Almora at third, winning run Baez at second, Bryant is at first, Rizzo and Chapman. Hit him in the arm, and that brings in the tying run, and Rizzo in a lot of pain.
And you saw him say forearm, which I think is probably at least a good sign. He mouthed forearm as to where it got him, which hopefully it caught him the meaty part of the forearm. But that's another thing that Rizzo brings to the table. As much as he crowds the plate, this is always in play. Him getting hit by a pitch, and with the bases loaded, they've tied the game.
And that's all for Chapman. He may have been a Cub and a guy they loved last year. He's not that now as they usher him off the field here at Wrigley. What a crazy bottom of the ninth. The Cubs scoring 3 runs to tie it. And Tyler Clippard on his way into the game for the Yankees. scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th. The bases are loaded with 2 down as Chapman makes way for Tyler Clippard to face Ben Zobrist.
Clippard a part of that excellent bullpen. Fastball low 90s. Changeup is #1 pitch. He'll cut the fastball and make that changeup a split even at times.
Ball 1. Winning run at third base, Javier Baez. The Cubs scoring 3 runs on 3 hits, 2 walks, 1 of them intentional, and a hit batter. Anthony Rizzo, one of the more painful RBIs he's ever picked up. Still rubbing that left forearm. 100-mile-an-hour fastball from Chapman. Pitch to hit there for Zobrist, and he knows it.
He stayed back really nice on that changeup from Clippard in the heart of the plate. As we look at more outstanding numbers from a Yankees reliever, WHIP below 1, outstanding ERA, and strikeout to walk ratio. But the Cubs have got to this pen and Chapman tonight.
Baez down the line at third, trying to distract Clippard. Ground ball to second. Castro has it, and we're going to extra innings at Wrigley. Clippard gets out of it. Chapman blows the save. We're all tied up at 4. And what a ball game between the Yankees and the Cubs. Aroldis Chapman hitting Anthony Rizzo with the bases loaded to tie it up as the Cubs scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th to force extra innings. Painful RBI for Anthony Rizzo, back out defensively in the top of the 10th. Cubs have won 5 games this year when trailing by 3 or more runs, tied for the most in the majors. They have tied this one to force extra innings. And we have a number of changes for the Cubs, including Wade Davis into the game to pitch.
Yeah, the new Cubs closer, he has been phenomenal so far this year. Yet to give up an earned run. WHIP outstanding. Outstanding strikeout to walk ratio. He does it with a mid-90s fastball, a cutter that he'll throw about 1/3 of the time, and a curveball that he's throwing at the highest rate of his career, about 25% of the time.
There's the curveball in for a strike to Brett Gardner. Changes for the Cubs. Albert Almora Jr. stays in the game in center field. John Jay moves from center to right. Ben Zobrist out of the game. Wade Davis in Zobrist's spot. Pitcher spot, by the way, due up 4th for the Yankees this inning. It'll be Gardner, Ellsbury, Hicks, and then if it gets beyond that, a pinch hitter in the pitcher spot. Yankees try to sweep, but if they're going to do it, they're going to have to work overtime here tonight after the Cubs force extra innings. Cold weather probably, well, definitely, as we can see looking around the ballpark, sent some people home. But you get the feeling there are people in their cars headed back north or south to wherever they live saying, Cub fans saying, oh man, what was I doing leaving this one early? What a rally in the bottom of the ninth. Some clutch hits for the Cubs. As Gardner takes strike 3 call.
Well, just pinpoint after that first pitch curveball that he just flipped over for a strike. He went to painting with the cutter. A couple of cut fastballs in on the inside corner and then backdoor on the outside corner, and he just walked off knowing I've stuck this pitch on the corner for the first out of the 10th inning.
Wade Davis picked up in an offseason deal from Kansas City with Jorge Soler going the other way, immediately stepping into the closer's role. Here is Jacoby Ellsbury, who hit a 2-run homer in the 8th for the Yankees. Looked like just insurance, giving them more than they would need. Made it 4-1 at the time. Ellsbury 2 for 4 on the night. The home run, his 4th on the season. Wade Davis has not given up an earned run this year and has really had a remarkable run over the last 3+ seasons. His ERA is barely over 1.10, and you would expect this, that some of the game's great closers have the best ERAs, but he's the best of the best in terms of ERA over the last 3+ years. That was a pretty good group right there with what was it, Britton and Chapman
Miller
and Miller.
Chapman. Yeah. Heard of those guys.
Started off with Tampa Bay, started off as a starter with Tampa Bay back in 2009. Never really found it as a starter. It was when he was converted to a reliever in 2012 at his best year. Went back to the rotation in 13 with Kansas City and then became a full-time reliever in 2014 and has strung together some remarkable years. Out there in short sleeves on this frigid night, trying to find the strike zone against Ellsbury. That one's going to leave a mark, as they say, as Rizzo flexes, opens and closes his left fist, trying to shake off what is obvious discomfort in that left forearm.
You really just hope that it caught a lot of the meat and the muscle and not part of that bone. As you can see, that swelling already.
Wow.
Full count on Ellsbury. Nasty cutter, 2 down.
You know, the way he sets up this cut fastball, because he had gone up in the zone the pitch prior, and then the location, bottom of the zone, and watch the depth of this pitch. So a lot of times that cut fastball will cut, but for Wade Davis, he also has the depth on the pitch. So for Ellsbury, he's trying to bring his hands in like he did on the home run, but it just drops down below his bat.
Nasty. I mean, that is just nasty.
2 down, bases empty. Aaron Hicks. Hicks tonight, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Has never had any success against Davis. As you can see, 0 for 9, 3 strikeouts. has been incredibly productive this year in the opportunities in which he's been given as a Yankee, as he swings and pops it foul out of play. He comes into this at bat with 64 at bats on the season. He's got 6 home runs and an OPS over 1100. Cubs with 3 in the bottom of the 9th off a Aroldis Chapman to tie it.
I think Joe West is just saying you need to be a little more efficient getting your bat after he broke that other bat and put a little extra sticky on it before he came up.
On the corner, 1-2.
I mean, there really hasn't been a good pitch to hit for a Yankee this inning. He's either been out of the zone or been painting on both sides, primarily with the fastball and the cut fastball.
And it's not fair to compare for Chapman tonight, but for Cubs fans to get a look at Wade Davis off of the performance of Aroldis Chapman and the fact that he was a Cub last year. They did not go out and sign him, but they went and got this guy who doesn't get as much attention as Chapman, but I believe is better. And tonight showing that.
A pitch away from striking out the side. Got Gardner looking, got Ellsbury swinging. Yes, he did. Down to first. Inning over. Wade Davis strikes out the side in the top of the 10th. Cubs coming up. Down 3 and facing Aroldis Chapman, with John Jay with a base hit, pushing Addison Russell to second, and out later Albert Almora came up as a pinch hitter, lined an RBI single into center, made it 4-2. Javier Baez comes up, single into left, brings in a run, makes it 4-3. After an intentional walk to Chris Bryant, bases loaded, 2 down. First pitch from Chapman hits Anthony Rizzo in the forearm, forcing home the tying run and signaling the end of Chapman's night.
And what also really impressed me in that inning is Addison Russell fell behind 0-2 before working the walk. John Jay's hit was with 2 strikes. Javi Baez fell behind 0-2, 2-strike hit. A lot of quality championship type at bats from the Cubs lineup against Chapman.
Clippard back for the 10th. Russell leads it off for the Cubs. He'll be followed by Jay and Contreras. Yankees looking for a sweep and their 5th consecutive win overall. Cubs looking to get back to 3 games over and move into a tie with Cincinnati. The Reds won earlier tonight. And it's quickly 0-2 on Russell.
And the Reds sitting back in Cincinnati liking the fact that the Yankees are getting into their pen. Chapman threw
35, 36. Yeah, so he won't pitch tomorrow.
Cincinnati's probably saying play all night.
Yep.
As are the Rockies.
Yep. Cubs heading to Colorado. Baez with a big night, a homer, a big RBI single in the bottom of the ninth. One and two the count. Swing and a miss. Good fastball from Clippard. One down.
Well, with Russell, you can challenge him with good fastballs at the top of the strike zone. And that's what they do here. They get to 2 strikes, and he just lets his best fastball rip the top of the zone. Too much for Russell, who's a better low ball hitter on the fastball. Throws it right by him.
Here's John Jay. Carl Edwards Jr. up for the Cubs. If they can't win it here. Low strike, 0-2.
This lit up the K zone, but that's Tyler Clippard can repeat this location, which is really the bottom of the knee in a way. It's gonna be a tough pitch to hit.
Got him with a high changeup up and out of the zone. Back-to-back strikeouts for Clippard.
Sometimes a bad pitch can turn out to be a good one. This is that's more of the split, and he wants to obviously bury that thing down and away, and it just gets away, but it never comes down. It looks like it's probably going to be a hanger to Jay, but it just never tumbles down, stays up for the second out of this inning.
Here's Wilson Contreras. Contreras 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts tonight. Yankees have gone through Severino, Betances, Chapman, now Clippard. The Cubs have used Lester, Grimm, and Davis. Braving the cold, hoping the Cubs can find a way to salvage the final game of this series.
I think it's actually might be a little warmer now than it was early in this game because the winds died down a little bit. No?
You're sitting on a heating pad, may I remind you.
Thanks for mentioning that, Dan.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to give away any secrets or anything, but you're plugged in over there. I'm not implying I'm not sitting on a heating pad.
I might have to turn this thing off. Actually, it's getting a little toasty.
A little toasty, and it's cold, and you got to toque it up.
And I got the hand warmer.
Yeah. I'm bald. I get a free pass here, right?
Yeah, you are.
Yep. Two. Now Mora on deck if the inning continues. 2 down, bases empty, full count on Contreras. Got him. Swing and a miss through a changeup that takes Contreras to a knee. Clippard strikes out the side. We're going to the 11th in Chicago.
Number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
That will be very special for Yankee fans 1 week from tonight, the retirement of Derek Jeter's number 2. Sunday Night Baseball next week. Coverage begins with a baseball tonight at 6:30 as the Astros take on the Yankees in the Bronx.
Well, last swing, last inning. Contreras, watch his backswing as he comes around, and watch Austin Romine get tagged hard in the arm. And you see the big, huge follow through, and even as Contreras comes to his knee, but he comes back. Romine clearly in pain.
Romine looking okay for the moment as you see him in the dugout. New pitcher for the Cubs, Carl Edwards Jr. Chris Carter leads it off for the Yankees.
Another one of the outstanding relievers for the Cubs, and off to a great start this year. Outstanding ERA, strikeout to walk ratio phenomenal. Mid-90s fastball and a big curveball.
Joe West says he went around.
Yeah, 2 pitches now, fastballs up and out of the zone that Carter kind of half swings at, can't hold up.
Carter, Castro, and then a pinch hitter in the pitcher spot for the Yankees. Remaining bench players: Rob Refsnyder, Gary Sanchez, Ronald Torreyes. Chased a breaking ball down and away, fooled badly for the first out.
Well, after challenging up in the zone with a lot of high fastballs, he just bounces that curveball, and Carter just never saw any of these pitches real well. Not close to that. Another strikeout here from a relief pitcher in this game.
And nobody's made contact in extra innings yet. 7 batters and 7 strikeouts. Here's Castro. Gary Sanchez out on the on-deck circle to pinch hit in the pitcher spot for the Yankees. Sanchez, of course, did late last season a lot of the types of things that Aaron Judge is doing early this season. He went around. Everybody wanted an appeal on that play.
It's such a good location, too, for that curveball because of where he puts his fastball in that same spot. And you see right there as Castro does come around.
A little cutting action. Those last two fastballs that Edwards Jr.'s thrown. 97, that one at 96, and that good just little run, little cut to it. Stuff is electric.
How about Starlin Castro going a little Manny Ramirez old school, right? Asking for an appeal on his own swing to first base.
Little Manny, little Adrian Beltre.
I still don't get it. If they don't ask for an appeal, you didn't swing. Why would you ask for an appeal? And it did look like he went around.
Well, because you know it's coming. You know the appeal's coming. Hey, you're just going to beat him to the punch a little bit and maybe take it out of the home plate. You don't want that home plate umpire ringing you up.
Got him. 2 down.
Oh, another one of those just kind of running, cutting fastballs at 97 miles an hour, exactly where Contreras wanted it. He set up off the plate away, and he cuts loose with that fastball that starts on the corner and just kind of cuts or runs just a little bit off the plate, and another hitter here in extra innings blown away.
And Sanchez, who was out in the on-deck circle, not going to come up to hit. It'll be Ref Snyder. So I guess Sanchez was out there in case there was a man on, and with nobody on base, 2 down, Sanchez not asked to hit. The other possibility, but it doesn't appear to be one because Romine is there, as if Romine were shaken up. Sanchez would have to go into the game to catch, but they could figure it out probably. Even if he pinch hit, they could get him in there defensively.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, it's just about, I guess, wanting to hold back your one extra catcher, but I mean, with nobody on, I mean, your chance at popping a run here is with Sanchez there and hit the ball out of the ballpark. So a little surprising that they did call him back.
Two under F. Snyder.
Carl Edwards Jr. wearing out that left side of the plate to these righties. Let's see if he goes back there again. The fastball.
He did, and he got him looking, says Joe West. Edwards strikes out the side. And we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Almora, Baez, and Schwarber coming up for the Cubs. tomorrow night. A Monday night matchup. Buster Posey and the Giants taking on the Mets at Citi Field. Jacob deGrom scheduled to be on the mound for the Mets, 7 o'clock Eastern Time, and also streaming live on the ESPN app and watch ESPN. We go to the bottom of the 11th. Tied at 4, Yankees and Cubs. New pitcher for the Yankees, right-hander Adam Warren.
Well, another one of those outstanding members of the Yankee bullpen, off to a great start this year. Strikeout to walk ratio, whip, and ERA, all phenomenal. Fastball usually around 93, slider, change, and an occasional curveball. On to try and extend this game. 9 straight strikeouts now in extra innings between the two clubs.
The last batter to put a ball in play was Ben Zobrist, who grounded out to in the bottom of the 9th.
Was that like 40 minutes ago?
Feels like that, yeah. They're overpowering since then. It'll be Almora, Baez, and Schwarber against Warren. Almora with a big RBI single off Chapman in the 9th inning. Oh, 0-2. Luis Severino started the game for the Yankees, was outstanding tonight. 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, struck out 9, only walked 1. Betances worked the 8th, but then it got away from Chapman badly in the 9th. As he goes 2/3 of an inning, gives up 3 runs, all earned on 3 hits, walked 2, one of them intentionally, hit a batter. That was Rizzo, with the bases loaded to force in the tying run. Joe Girardi's Yankees looked like, I mean, they were on the verge of a win. Took a 3-run lead at the bottom of the 9th. Chapman on the mound, couldn't finish it. And now the Cubs trying to win it here in the bottom of the 11th. Strike 3 called. 10 straight strikeouts in this game.
Well, he missed his spot with a fastball. A steady diet of sliders for the most part in this at bat, other than the one high fastball. And wanted to go away, down and away. Misses across the plate, but does catch that inside corner. Almora doesn't like it, but he's the first out of the inning.
Now Baez. Broken back, ground ball to short. And Carter digs out the throw from Gregorius for the second out.
Well, we got one in play, guys. Extra innings. Broken bat off the end of the bat. See that bat goes flying. Baez hustling down the line, makes it a pretty close play at first base, but Gregorius with a strong throw over, able to get him. You see it going in all kinds of different places.
So with 2 down now, the batter is Schwarber. 2 for 4 and a walk tonight, both hits doubles. And a guy who, as we know, will not get cheated. If he decides to swing, he swings to do some damage. Two and 0. Shift on, 3 on the right side, outfielders deep. Turn him loose.
Absolutely.
Well, especially because there's a trust, even though he's a young hitter, he knows his strike zone. Now he might strike out swinging at pitches, but they're usually within the strike zone. He can take and recognize as well.
Ball 4. So a man on with 2 down for the reigning National League MVP, Kris Bryant.
Hypothetical here. With Rizzo having gotten hit in his last at bat, and you've seen him been flexing the entire night, does that at all affect what you're doing here with Bryant?
I think I would say no, just because you really don't want the tying run to go to second. So I think you're going to, obviously pitch carefully here to Bryant because he's Kris Bryant, but I don't think you can risk just blatantly pitching around him in the hopes that Rizzo is not feeling right.
Warren facing Bryant. Short lead by Schwarber. 0-2.
This is another pitch at the bottom at the strike zone, but it has that depth to it and keeps going down, and that is a tough pitch. If that can be repeated by Warren,
It's a good job by Romine too of catching that ball, knowing that if he lets it travel, it's going to end up way down low. He kind of beats the break and keeps it at the bottom of the zone to give a good look.
Popped up. Carter. And that's the inning. Bryant retired, and we're going to the 12th. Giants and the Mets tomorrow night. Cardinals and Marlins on Wednesday, and then the Astros and the Yankees on Sunday Night Baseball 1 week from tonight. Derek Jeter's jersey number retirement night. You can see the ceremony, the retirement ceremony, will happen pregame during baseball tonight, which comes your way beginning at 6:30 Eastern Time. If you're tuning in looking for Sports Center, we still got a ball game going on here at Wrigley. On to the 12th inning. The Cubs got 3 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. We now roll on to the 12th. Koji Uehara in for the Cubs.
The former closer for the Red Sox, now pitching on the north side of Chicago for the Cubs, on to try and keep this a tie ball game. Fastball mid upper 80s at times, and the split fingered fastball, which has been such a weapon for him over the years. Occasional cut fastball, but primarily that fastball split. He'll work the fastball to the top of the strike zone effectively.
Well, it's an old cliche in baseball, but tough one for either team to lose tonight. They're both getting on airplanes. They're both heading somewhere else. Yankees are going to Cincinnati. The Cubs will start a road trip out in Colorado tomorrow night. Here's Didi Gregorius. Gregorius, Headley, and Romine, 6, 7, and 8 in the Yankee lineup. Gardner's in the 9 spot. The pitcher spot is in the 5th spot for the Yankees. Gregorius tonight is 0 for 4. Just 6 hits for the Yankees through the first 11 innings. Third and final game of this series between the Yankees and Cubs. The Yankees taking the first 2 games and looked like they were in great shape to sweep the series, up 4-1 going to the bottom of the 9th. Aroldis Chapman coming in, and the Cubs rallied for 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. And check swing bouncer to first. Rizzo wins the race. Chapman hitting Rizzo with the bases loaded to force in the tying run after some clutch hits from the likes of John Jay, Albert Almora, Javi Baez. And then after an intentional walk to Chris Bryant, loaded the bases. Chapman on the first pitch he threw to Rizzo hit him in the forearm with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Rizzo still feeling continuously opening and closing that hand on defense. He'll lead off the bottom of the 12th.
Headley pops one up down the left field line, and what an effort! Did he come up with it? He's got it! What a catch! Schwarber makes a phenomenal catch!
Wow. He did not break stride, Jess. I mean, talk about fearless. You know, we got the Derek Jeter game next week. This is Derek Jeter-esque. Is he?
And he knows it's coming. I mean, that's the thing. It's not like you see guys sometimes go over because they're just watching the ball and it just hits them off guard. He knew it was coming. He saw it. And of course, he's a big boy. He took it at the waist, flips over.
I like the wherewithal to right away throw that glove up to say, I got it. Yep. I got it.
To call off the fans.
That's as good as it gets. Rizzo and everybody else wearing a Cubs jersey on the field or off in this ballpark. They love that.
Oh, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of fans that obviously have left as the game has progressed into the 12th, and this place just exploded with that catch.
How much fun are those guys have?
Yeah, right.
And they're all proud of themselves right now.
We helped him get up, you know.
we didn't reach out. We didn't mess with them. Good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah, they're all of them reacting the story.
That's as good as it gets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 0-2 on Romine. Hitting over. Nothing across for the Yankees. What an incredible effort. What an incredible play made by Kyle Schwarber. Hurtling over the brick wall and coming up with the catch to the bottom of the 12th. Play in the top half of the inning. Disappearing over the wall, coming up with the ball. And look at the love he is getting from Cub fans down the line. And not a nick on him. And look at the reaction of the outfield as he made his way back to left field after that catch. That was something. That was something. The only thing that would be more poetic is if he led off the bottom half of the inning, but that's not the way the lineup's working out. Rizzo is leading off the bottom half of the inning.
Then you could have said, every time you see a great play.
You know, Aaron, how often does a guy who makes a great play lead off the next half inning?
To which I would say,
roughly 1 in 9. Rizzo leading it off. Batting gloves back on after he tried an at bat without them. Miguel Montero is in the on deck circle in the pitcher spot. Addison Russell due up third. Lined into right field, a base hit. Going to get all the way into the corner. And Rizzo's on his way to second base with a leadoff double.
Anthony Rizzo, 92 down in the zone, but how explosive he is with his body is what drives this all the way to the wall, allowing him to get to second base. And even you look at that top hand, that's where he got hit, and this is the key. That forearm coming through this pitch is what brings
that may be the best swing he's had all week after he got smoked in the forearm with 100 miles an hour.
Isn't that how it works, though?
Oh, man.
You get hit, and all of a sudden.
And I was wondering there on the 2-0, like, will he be taking because of the forearm? You let it eat.
Leadoff man at second. Here's Montero. Is he going to be bunting?
I just don't think he does it very often, although his body language would say he is. Yeah, I just don't think he's done it much in his career, and as a left-handed hitter, he's definitely looking for something that he can at least pull in this situation, coupled with the fact that he's off to a great start this season with that 400 average and some damage.
Last sacrifice for him, 2011. Then he hit a ground ball to the right side. Rizzo still in pain. Swing and the contact may have intensified that pain. High fly ball to left. Gardner back, makes the catch. Tagging Rizzo. Throw to third, not in time.
And what a great read by Anthony Rizzo. He came off the bag about 6-7 feet and then hovered right next to it, but he read Brett Gardner. You see where he's at. He flips his body around and he reads Gardner, comes back, and he sees where the momentum is taking him, and as a left-handed throwing left fielder, he knows he's got a great shot even though he doesn't have a lot of speed, because where the momentum is taking Gardner doesn't allow him to get enough on the throw and offline for him to get into third base.
So the infield forced in for the Yankees with a winning run 90 feet away for Addison Russell.
And even though that was a half swing right there, that's not a pitch you want to go after. With that infield in, Warren's going to try and just get you to nibble or get you to chase that slider down away where he can get some weak contact, or the fastball in where he can tie you up. As a hitter, you just want to get him on the plate, out over the plate. You don't have to do a lot with it. Anything in the air is your friend.
Swing and a miss. 1-2. Infield in. Outfielders have come in very shallow as well. Ellsbury in center field does not have a good arm at all. He is in really shallow. To do anything he can to increase his chances of throwing out Rizzo if Russell lifts a fly ball in his direction. Gardner the deepest of the three in the outfield.
Well, if you're Russell here, you know he wants to get you out with that slider down the way. If he shows you a fastball here, it's just going to be elevated and probably in.
1-2. Lays off down and away.
And right here with 2 strikes, putting the ball in play is everything. You cannot afford a strikeout. With less than 2 outs, you have Rizzo on third. So many options to get him in if you can make contact with this pitch.
Cubs already have 3 walk-off wins this year. 5 times they've won a game in which they trailed by 3 or more runs. 2-2. Upstairs, full count.
And now it's right back to the slider down and away. Warren's had great feel with it all night long. He's commanded it down the way there. And that pitch was just to get to this one, to where worst case he walks him, but hopefully he gets the chase or down the way gets weak contact.
Strike 3 called. Russell can't believe it.
Well, it's not a strike. The ball is in. And he goes to the slider, but he goes in. He goes in there by design. And what he did was he set up this pitch with a couple of fastballs, knowing that Russell took those heaters in off the plate. He wanted to start it on that, in that same tunnel, and then slider it to the inside corner. It didn't get back to the inside corner on K-zone, but they got the call.
Intentional walk issued to Jay. First and third now, 2 down, and it'll be up to Wilson Contreras. There goes Jay. He'll take second, and it's ball 1 to Contreras. So that takes the force off at second. Defensive indifference, the call on Jay taking second base. Contreras 0 for 5, 3 strikeouts. Has struck out in each of his last 3 at bats. And a strike.
And with Contreras really struggling at the plate right now, struggling early in the season, the one thing you can't rule out, he handles the bat and is a good athlete and can run. So Headley staying true even with the bag down there at third base, at least respecting the possibility that he would drop one down.
Rizzo the winning run at third, Jay at second, 2 down in the bottom of the 12th. One and 2. Joe Maddon's Cubs scoring 3 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. Lead-off double by Rizzo here in the 12th. Montero's fly ball got him to third. Russell called out on strikes on a pitch that looked to be inside. Intentional walk to Jay. Now Contreras. Carter's got it. And we will go to the 13th. The Cubs cannot cash in on a golden opportunity in the bottom of the 12th. the Yankees and the Cubs. Javier Baez with a home run for the Cubs. Boy, that seems like a long time ago. Jacoby Ellsbury with a home run for the Yankees that upped their lead to 4-1. But then the Cubs get 3 in the bottom of the 9th. The tying run scoring as Aroldis Chapman hit. Anthony Rizzo with the bases loaded. Kyle Schwarber with an incredible catch in extra innings. And we're still going here in Chicago. We're into the 13th inning right now as the Yankees and the Cubs remain tied at 4. Really nice outings by Luis Severino and John Lester. A tough one, a rough one for Aroldis Chapman. And there's been a lot of swinging and missing and a lot of called third strikes. And we're still going here. New pitcher for the Cubs here in the 13th inning.
How about 35 strikeouts between both these teams?
Here is Mike Montgomery, who picked up the save in Game 7 of the World Series last year for the Cubs. A guy who's done a really nice job in relief and could in fact find himself in the rotation pretty soon for the Cubs.
Yeah, certainly a possibility with Anderson going on the disabled list. So the Cubs now with that 5th starter at this time. Fastball, low mid-90s, curveball, cutter, and changeup. Remember, the Cubs played 13 innings Thursday against the Phillies, so that bullpen, which we've talked about, who has been leaned on heavily here early in the season, even after the strong outing by Lester with extra innings here, is going to be used again heavily tonight.
Yeah, in the last 7 days, Brett Anderson started 2 games and got a total of 5 outs. So that added to the stress on that bullpen.
And they're going to Colorado tomorrow.
Last 14 Yankee batters in a row have been retired in this game as Gardner takes a little bit low. It'll be Gardner, Ellsbury, and Hicks, 9, 1, and 2 in the Yankee lineup. Gardner with a home run on Friday gave the Yankees a lead in the top of the 9th, and the lead stood up in that game. Takes low again. If you're looking for Sports Center, it is over on ESPN2 right now. The latest on the NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs. Busy day in Major League Baseball, of course. We are still going here, 13th inning at Wrigley. Fouled off, full count.
And of course, Sunday means the end of the fantasy week, where Hum Babies took down Team Mendoza. How'd the Schlues do this week?
Schlues were victorious, up to 3-2.
Of course, the Hum Babies are my fantasy club.
Who'd you lose to last week?
Schlues.
By like a
Thanks,
mercy
Jess.
rule?
Oh yeah. Triple digits.
I'm 4-1 though.
Yeah.
I had Buster last week.
Base hit, Gardner. Leadoff man aboard for the Yankees here in the 13th inning.
Well, Gardner now with a couple of hits since coming on. One back up the middle, this time the other way. And of course, with speed over there at first base, always a threat.
So we'll see how the Yankees decide to play it. Bryant's way in on the grass at third. And Ellsbury can handle the bat. Soft toss to first.
And with that, you're just showing Gardner you'll come over there, obviously trying to keep him close, but also seeing if maybe Ellsbury will tip his hand if he is shortening up on the bat. And if Ellsbury was bunting in this situation, I don't think early in the count it would be a straight sacrifice. It might be something where he's kind of
bunts through it.
I think trying to be fine with it to where he's trying to get on, but also worst case you move him along. And that pitch up and out of the zone, not a real good effort.
Ellsbury pulls the bat back, a ball and a strike.
And that was more of the straight sacrifice, where now with a strike, he's squaring around and just wanting to make sure he gets that down.
Takes away ball 2.
And Bryant's in there really aggressively, which normally I love. I don't think third basemen get in there aggressively enough at times. But the one thing that makes this tough is you've got speed at home plate and at first base. And if you get in there too much, you got a guy that can swing the bat as well.
3 times in a row he's pulled the bat back, and it's now 3 balls and a strike.
Contreras talking to Joe West. That's another pitch that looked like maybe it caught the bottom of the strike zone. Goes against the Cubs.
Bunted foul. Full count on Ellsbury. So how far does Bryant back up? And is there any chance with this count that the Yankees would still keep it on?
I don't think he's bunting anymore. Especially it looks like he was struggling to do it. The question is Gardner off and running? With no outs and the lefty, I don't think so.
He squares and he gets it down. And he will wind up with the sacrifice. Joe Girardi kept it on with a 3-2 count. Gardner up to second.
Well, maybe Bryant backing off freed him up a little more. A much better effort here. He puts it down straight at the pitcher. No chance, obviously, to get the lead runner with speed and Gardner. Able to get Ellsbury, but now the go-ahead run in scoring position for the Yankees.
Contreras out to the mound. Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, coming out as well. Aaron Hicks will be the batter. Chris Carter is on deck.
Aaron Hicks, red hot. Chris Carter didn't look good tonight. I got to believe they're thinking about pitching around him.
Yeah, no question. The one thing that complicates it, though, is with just one out, you've got Starlin Castro then looming, and then Gary Sanchez would be the pinch hitter in the pitcher's spot. So it's one thing to get to Carter, but you've got trouble waiting behind him.
So let's see how the Cubs go about it. Good speed out at second and Gardner. Tie game, top of the 13th. And the batter, Aaron Hicks. Switch hitter batting from the right side against the lefty Montgomery. Boy, the Cubs had a chance in the bottom of the 12th. Leadoff double by Rizzo. He takes third on a fly ball there with 1 out, but they can't get him home. Debatable strike call ringing up Addison Russell figuring into the equation.
I like what Montgomery did there. 1 out here. You got to pay a lot of attention to Gardner, who would love to get to third. And that little spin move bluff, you at least show him you're aware of him, show him you're thinking about him, so he can't just walk into a huge lead and get to third with less than 2 outs.
Foul to back, and it's 1-2 on Hicks. We should remember that a couple of key players are out of the game, just taken out in double switches with all the changes we've had. Aaron Judge is out of the game for the Yankees. Ben Zobrist is no longer in the game for the Cubs. Gary Sanchez, bat in hand, just in case he gets called upon this inning. Montgomery's got it. They got Gardner hung up. And they will get him, but taking second on the play is Hicks.
Well, it's a good job by both Gardner and Hicks. First of all, Montgomery does a good job of handling his position, and with Gardner taking off there, he knows at that point his job is just to stay in the rundown, to at least get Hicks to second base and into scoring position. Mission accomplished. No issue with Gardner taking off, as that ball, if it gets by Montgomery, has a chance to get back through the middle, and you don't lose anything. With Hicks hustling all the way, gets himself into scoring position.
So now Chris Carter led the National League in home runs last year. As a member of the Brewers, hit 41 homers, but only hit .222, struck out over 200 times, was non-tendered by the Brewers in the offseason, and wound up very late in the offseason signing a one-year deal with the Yankees. And with Greg Bird on the DL now, figures to get a decent opportunity to play first base. One for 7, 3 strikeouts in his career against Montgomery. Go ahead run at second with 2 down. Popped up. Here comes Rizzo, and cannot make a play. Up on top of the dugout.
Remember, it's the forearm there for Rizzo, but he does a good job of finding where he's at. Realize he's not reaching, but you can tell even after his reaction after this that he's definitely still in a bit of pain as he closes and clenches that fist again on that left hand.
Here's the 1-2. Got him. Montgomery strikes out Carter to end the inning. We will go to the bottom of the 13th. Almora, Baez, and Schwarber for the Cubs. Bottom of the 13th, the Yankees and the Cubs tied at 4 after the Cubs scored 3 runs to tie it in the bottom of the 9th. Way back when in the 3rd inning, Javier Baez with a home run. Aaron Hicks couldn't see it in the twilight. Didn't matter. It's in the seats. Baez also had a big RBI single in the bottom of the ninth to help the Cubs tie it. He will bat second this inning after Almora. Schwarber due up third. And the new pitcher for the New York Yankees is right-hander Jonathan Holder.
Holder's done a nice job as part of that Yankees bullpen this year. You see the really strong strikeout to walk ratio, 11 strikeouts, just 1 walk, on for the 13th time. Fastball, cut fastball, and a curveball.
And more changes for the Yankees. Gary Sanchez is now into catch. Austin Romine has gone to first. Carter is out of the game, so you can put Holder in Carter's spot, which was the last out of the top of the 13th inning. And here's Almora. Pops the first pitch up. Romine may have a play, and he does. And now Baez. Does he have a little bit more of a flair for the dramatic in him tonight after what he's already done in this game? Strike one. So the only remaining position player for the Cubs is Jason Hayward, who's got a finger injury. As Baez pops it up, Castro going back. And the only remaining position player for the Yankees is Ronald Torreyes. There is Hayward, bat in hand. Don't know if he's available. Not considered to be a serious injury, but enough to keep him out of the lineup the last couple of days. A knuckle injury suffered trying to make a catch. Meanwhile, 2 very quick outs for Holder here in the 13th, and here's Schwarber. Schwarber 2 doubles, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. And a great catch. Going over the brick wall down the left field line. Big cut in the foul back, 0-2.
And that might be the first straight fastball that Holder's thrown this inning. One thing he's done, as he's done all season long, is come in pounding the strike zone. We've seen the cutter, we've seen the curveball, and there we saw the 94-mile-an-hour fastball right in the middle of the plate. But Schwarber just misses it, and that's something he's been doing a lot of here in the early season, missing that pitch, just fouling off that pitch. That's normally a pitch he'll put into play with authority.
Driven to deep right center field. Ellsbury has room and makes the catch on the edge of the track. And the inning is over. To the 14th in Chicago. Monday night back east at this point. Way back when John Lester started it for the Cubs and delivered 7 very strong innings for them. Luis Severino matched him with 7 equally good innings for the Yankees. Javier Baez with a home run for the Cubs. Aaron Hicks still looking for it. Aaron Judge had an RBI triple. But then Aroldis Chapman, who inherited a 3-run lead going to the bottom of the 9th, gave up 3 runs, hitting Anthony Rizzo to force in the tying run. With the bases loaded, Kyle Schwarber, great catch in extra innings. And we're still going. If you like extra baseball, you've come to the right place. We're going to the 14th inning. Some people have decided they got to get home. They got to get up for work in the morning. Others have decided they're in it for the long haul tonight here on the north side.
I just turned my heating pad back on.
They automatically turn off.
Starlin Castro leads it off against Mike Montgomery. If you're looking for SportsCenter, it's currently airing on ESPN2. Castro, Sanchez, and Gregorius against Montgomery. Chopper back towards the mound, 1 down. Here comes Gary Sanchez, his first at bat of the night. After coming on defensively an inning ago, 24-year-old from the Dominican Republic took baseball by storm late last year, hitting 20 home runs in 53 games. And pretty amazing when a guy only plays a third of the season and winds up finishing 2nd in Rookie of the Year balloting behind Michael Fulmer of the Tigers. Yankee fans pretty excited about the potential 1-2 combo of Judge and Sanchez for many, many years. They're dreaming about lots of home runs. Breaking ball misses low, and Montgomery falls behind 2-0. Two pretty talented young catchers right here,
yeah.
huh? Contreras and Sanchez.
Yes.
Well put.
Turn him loose if he wants to.
Oh, you weren't talking about young catchers. You
Yeah.
were anticipating my question.
Yes.
Turn him loose.
He was taken all the way.
No need to ask the question now. (3-1) curveball at the bottom end of the zone.
I don't care if this one lights up the K zone. This is a tough one to take as a hitter. You can see it go down.
Not where it's caught, where it crosses, right? Ball 4. So Sanchez takes the walk with 1 out of the 14th inning, and that'll bring up Didi Gregorius. The Yankees 19-9 on the season. The Cubs 16-14. The Yankees at the moment tied with the Orioles atop the American League East as Gregorius sends a fly ball to center field. Easy play, Almora, 2 down. How about the job the bullpens have done since the game's gone to extra innings?
Well, that's in this season. That's been 2 of the strengths of these 2 clubs. The bullpens have been excellent, especially for the Yankees. And outside of Chapman having his real first hiccup of the season, the rest of the pen for both sides have been outstanding.
Here's Headley. Bundled up and in it right to the finish.
Chase Headley in his 6th at bat. He's been swinging the bat well, but tonight 2 strikeouts, 0 for 5. This is sometimes when you're a hitter and you do want the night to end. You're not seeing it well at the plate.
Peel to first. He didn't go. 2-1.
Like a little changeup running down and away, and Headley went at it violently, but I would say he held up there. Good call down there by Hunter Wendelstedt.
In there for a strike. 2-2. Montgomery in his 2nd inning of work. It's the Hardy Souls who are still here tonight here at Wrigley, making as much noise as they can. Contreras couldn't squeeze it, so we'll do it all over again.
I mean, you're getting a great look at why Montgomery is tough to hit. I mean, he gets such a good angle, kind of over the top, tall guy, and he throws everything. And it's not, you know, he's a little wild in the zone with it, but he mixes fastball, curveball, cutter, change. You don't really get a feel for what he's going to throw you.
And with Brett Anderson going on the DL with a lower back issue, a really good chance that Montgomery moves into the rotation for the Cubs. Either that or Eddie Butler, currently pitching at AAA.
You know, he certainly could move into the starting rotation, but you know, he's just so valuable in wearing many different hats and filling many different roles on a given night. As you look at that motion on a change-up grip there, kind of over the top, and creates that good angle.
Contreras applies the tag. Headley strikes out, and the inning is over. To the bottom of the 14th, Chris Bryant will lead it off. Anthony Rizzo due up 2nd. We are tied at 4.
Number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
Sunday Night Baseball next week. Astros and Yankees. The retirement of Derek Jeter's number 2. The ceremony during baseball tonight, 6:30 Eastern time. First pitch just after 7:30 Eastern time from Yankee Stadium. That is assuming that this game is over by now.
I say we roll right into it, right?
Our leading point going home between games.
That's right.
Yankees and Cubs to the bottom of the 14th. Brian Rizzo and a pinch hitter. Second inning of work for Jonathan Holder on the mound for the Yankees. Brian tonight is 1 for 5 with an intentional walk. And he takes one right down the middle for a strike.
How about to end the inning for the Cubs? Last inning, Schwarber, that shot. Any other park where the wind's not blowing in? This whole stadium thought that was game over.
Chased well off the plate, and it's 0-2. Cubs got 3 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. And they're still going here in the 14th. Sanchez slides way outside, and Holder hits the spot. Bryant has gone on 3 pitches.
Well, Holder continues to fill up that strike zone with that little cutter slider he's got. Now 10 pitches since coming on, 9 of them for strikes.
Here's Anthony Rizzo. Pitcher spot due up next. Only remaining position players Jason Hayward, who, as we mentioned, has a knuckle injury, so he's obviously not available. And look who it is. It's Jake Arrieta.
What's surprising about this is Arrieta's scheduled to pitch in Colorado tomorrow.
Yep.
And oftentimes when a club has a night game, that starting pitcher will fly to the visiting city usually before the start of the game even.
Guys, that was pitch number 450 in this game.
That's all?
Doesn't seem like much over 425 up here. Joe West has had a long night behind the plate, calling a lot of pitches.
A lot of squats.
And right as I mentioned that Holder's been filling up the strike zone, three straight out of the zone.
Turn him loose.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But he
Taking
might
all
be.
the way.
He might be.
He might be sore. He is
sore.
sore. Yeah.
And I don't. If I recall, I think Rizzo's one of those guys that doesn't love swinging on his own. It'll be interesting to see if Rizzo's in the lineup tomorrow and see how that forearm reacts overnight.
Draws the walk. So here comes Arrieta, one of the better hitting pitchers in the game. 2 home runs last year, 2 home runs the year before that. Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, is on his way out, probably just to say to Jonathan Holder, you do know this guy can really swing the bat, right?
And also to remind him that Anthony Rizzo over there, you can't forget about him. 4 stolen bases already on the season, and if he senses, you know, you tend to not think of him as a base stealer, but if he, you know, notices you not paying attention, he'll time it up and take off on you as he continues to show discomfort with that forearm. Talking to Brandon Hyde, the first base coach over there, and holding on to it, clearly bothering him.
Guys, I think the Cubs are taking a new tactic from the dugout. All of a sudden this half inning, you're seeing a bunch of sunflower seeds go shooting out toward the foul line from the Cubs dugout. It's like rally seeds.
Whatever it takes, right? Here's Arrieta, as we mentioned, one of the better hitting pitchers in the game. Sunflower seeds all over the place.
Saw some gum.
Rizzo at first, 1 down. Curveball buckles him a bit, 0-1.
I don't think he was expecting you'd see that kind of curveball at almost midnight with him going tomorrow.
It's a little respect, though, for Arrieta.
Absolutely. Brandon Hyde just walked over and whispered something in the ear of Rizzo, probably just to give him the time that Holder is to home plate.
The 0-2. And he got him on 3 pitches, 2 down. So now Addison Russell will come up. Great job by Holder so far. Russell tonight 0 for 4 with a couple of walks. And it was Russell at the plate in the 12th with Rizzo at third and 1 down, who took a pitch that looked like it was inside. Joe West rung him up, strike 3 call.
It was also Russell who started the rally in the 9th to get the walk with 2 strikes, scored the first run. First of 3 that tied the game.
Holder, the 6th pitcher of the night for the Yankees. Cubs have used 6 as well. 4-4 in the 14th. Curveball fouled back, and it's 0-2. Yankees took a 4-1 lead to the bottom of the 9th. We're 3 outs away from a sweep. Out of play. Everybody's getting along. Yankee fans, Cub fans. We saw the same kind of thing with Cub fans and Red Sox fans last week at Fenway. Runner goes, swing and a miss. That'll end the inning. That's the 40th strikeout in the ball game tonight. It's a new Wrigley Field record. And as we all know, this ballpark's been around a long, long time. To the 15th. On a rooftop. They are in it for the long haul. We're going to the 15th inning. Why? Because in the bottom of the 9th, the Cubs scored 3 runs to tie it. Aroldis Chapman on. John Jay serves one into the outfield for a base hit. 2 men on at that point. Almora with an RBI single. It's 4-2. 1 out in the inning at this point. Baez bounces one through the left side. RBI single. 4-3. Bases loaded, 2 down, and Chapman hits Rizzo in the forearm to force home the tying run. First regular season blown save for Chapman since the middle of last August. How's this guy's scorecard doing? Probably about the same boat as we're in. We'll tell you this, 43 strikeouts is the all-time record. Whoa, smoked down to third off the bat of Romine and in foul territory. Bryan makes the catch for the out.
That's twice now. Romine, who's still looking for his first hit of the night, has hit a line shot down at Bryan. This ball is going to end up foul if he doesn't catch it, but guarding the line a little bit, shading him to pull. Able to spear that line drive.
So a quick out on one pitch for the new pitcher. We have a new pitcher into the game for the Cubs, left-hander Brian Dunsing. So as we started to say about strikeouts, there have been 40 in this game, and the all-time record for most strikeouts in a game ever is 43, a 20-inning game between the Angels and the A's in 1971. Shows you how the game has changed. Obviously, strikeouts more prevalent now than they've been at any point in the game's history. There's a ground out for out number 2. One of these teams is going to be grumpy at the end of this one, because they have fought long and hard to try to win this ball game, and the Cubs are going all the way to Denver after the game. They'll start a series with the Rockies tomorrow night. The Yankees are headed to Cincinnati. Back to the top of the order for Ellsbury. Looked like his 2-run homer in the 8th would give the Yankees more than enough of a cushion. Didn't work out that way. Two and 0.
So you're a fan in the stands right now. How many innings do you give it? I mean, you've given it 15.
Oh,
right. I mean,
no, you're in it.
Right?
You're in it now, right?
But you look at these fans. They're on their feet. They're cheering. They're yelling. They're.
If you made it this long, you're in it till the end.
As they say in poker, you're pot committed.
Harassing.
It appears to be the louder ones who have stayed. They're not going to get under Joe West's skin. We know that. Keep us honest on the counter, Buster, when we get near 500.
I was literally just looking at that.
Ball 4 and a base runner with speed for the Yankees. Well, if you're tuning in and looking for Sports Center, our ball game here has gone deep into the night. It is now midnight locally, midnight Central Time, 1 o'clock in the East. A 4-4 tie between the Yankees and Cubs. The Yankees looking for the sweep, but Aroldis Chapman gave up 3 runs, blew the save, bottom of the 9th, and still going. Almost 5 hours of game time here in Chicago. Will Ellsbury be running? Hicks the batter with 2 down.
Next pitch, Dan, is number 470.
Thank you.
Well,
the organist is playing tomorrow from, what is this from? Annie?
Annie.
Because it's tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
Just hit tomorrow.
Well played, organist.
Lead by Ellsbury. 1-0 the count on Hicks. How to play right side.
Now, if there was a righty on the mound, I would say Ellsbury absolutely would be running. But you've got to at least make sure you have a good read on Dunsing if you are going to eventually go. Especially when you've got some power at the plate in Hicks, especially from the right side. You don't want to just automatically run into an out, but if you can get a read, Ellsbury could be off.
One and two. Pitcher spot due up next. Ronald Torreyes, the last remaining position player for the Yankees, is out on the on-deck circle. And Chasen Shreve is throwing in the pen. Inning over. 41st strikeout of the game tonight. To the bottom of the 15th. The Cubs coming up. John Jay, Wilson Contreras, and Albert Almora Jr. Inning, you need some new baseballs. 472 pitches, 41 strikeouts, too shy tying the major league record. We need a new supply of baseballs.
Rub them up.
Yeah.
Rub them up.
Seeing some things you don't get to see very often in a major league game. John Jay leads off the bottom of the 15th against Jonathan Holder and takes a strike. Jay, Contreras, Almora. Broken bat pop-up. Castro one down. We've had a 7th inning stretch. We've had a 14th inning stretch. Our producer Andy Reichwald just threatened me. He said, don't even think about saying, will there be a 21st inning stretch?
We can only hope. I bet that's a Wrigley record.
I'll tell you what, though, it's been a heck of a baseball game. A chilly night here in Chicago. Bottom 15, tied at 4. And a strike taken by Contreras.
Dan, you've laid it out. There's a lot at stake right now for both of these teams because they have to play tomorrow. Their bullpens are going to be destroyed. All kinds of issues.
They both probably will have to make roster moves just to field a bullpen tomorrow night in their respective games. Something you never used to see, but it's commonplace now. They're both getting on planes. Yankees going to Cincinnati, Cubs going to Colorado. Jason Shreve up in the Yankee pen. And a ground ball to second. Just like that, 2 down. Man, I give Contreras, and every time we've seen Contreras play, he runs down to first about as hard as you'll see anybody run. He does not take anything for granted ever in any game that we've seen.
Especially because it's all in front of him. So he sees the entire time. This is a ground out to second base. He still fielded it cleanly, everything. It's not like there's a bobble and head down, busting it from the beginning.
Oh, by the way, he's been catching 15 innings.
Right. So he's caught probably about 240 pitches, not counting the warm-up pitches in the pregame.
How well has Holder now commanded that pitch right there? He's thrown that slider on the corner or just off the corner away, almost at will.
Into right center and down for a base hit for Almora.
Well, it's another one of those cutter sliders going to that corner. He gets it there, but stays up enough, and Almora's, both his hits have come in this manner, kind of pitches away that he stayed on long enough. That one off the end, maybe even broke the bat, but just dumps it out there in right center. He makes sure that Hicks fields that cleanly. He was in position to take second if there was any hiccup out there as that ball was kind of spinning funny to Hicks.
Here's Baez. Yes, he did, says Joe West. Baez wanted to know, was it called or was it swinging? It was swinging. You can tell because West
and he
points
went with
at
the
him.
appeal too. He asked for the appeal. Appeal. Nope, Joe, I got you.
Almora, decent speed at first. Big hole on the right side as Almora draws a throw. Schwarber's on deck. Big, powerful left-handed batter. Shreve's been up in the pen, so if Baez were to get on base somehow, you would think that Shreve would come in to face Schwarber.
I mean, the fans that are still here have been standing for an hour and a half.
And either yelling at every throw over or at Joe West.
That's right.
So, huddling together for warmth.
Yep. Phones ready.
Surprised it's not out of batteries.
Broken bat roller to short. Inning over. Great job by Holder. 15 is not enough. To the 16th inning when we come back to Wrigley Field. Sweep and move a half game ahead of the Orioles. Chris Tillman made his season debut, 5 shutout innings for the Orioles in a win over the White Sox today, and the Reds got a shutout from Scott Feldman to move a half game ahead of the Cubs. Cardinals also tied with the Cubs for second, tightly bunched National League Central. 16th inning. This is the second game this year to go 16 innings. The Mets and Marlins had one. All because the Cubs scored 3 in the bottom of the 9th off Aroldis Chapman to force extras.
Well, I got one more inning of card left.
Well, you got a long
You got
card.
a 16-inning card?
Oh, no, he's in the RBIs and hits boxes.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know.
You're one of those guys.
I made mine 16, though.
Ronald Torreyes, last remaining position player, comes up to bat for Jonathan Holder. I'm a 12-inning guy.
You're on page 4 now, though.
I'm on page, yeah. So your standard kind of 12-inning scorecard. Then you got to start all over 13 in the next one.
I'm just extending mine.
You guys in your fancy cards. I have my, team issued.
Right.
I'm in the edges, but this is it. This is.
I'm still using the same one. You're already on page
Well,
like
I'm
4.
on different pages because I only have 12 innings.
I just kept mine going. Draw little boxes. I'm an artist, really, at this point.
Buster.
Yes.
Did you write a column about? Remember after the
Yes,
Mets-Marlins game? I mean, there was. How do you feel about lengthy games like this? Have you talked to people? I don't think there's any way in the world as Torreyes flares one in for a base hit. I don't think the sport should ever start with runners at first and second or have ties or anything like that in extra innings. Just my 2 cents. But did you write a column about that? Have you talked to people about that?
We've had a discussion on the podcast and a lot of debate, and our friend Boog Shambi absolutely wants games to end after 12 innings. I say no, I love the mayhem. So welcome to the mayhem.
Yeah, I love the mayhem too.
I don't. I'm all for a tie. And I think the players are too in the regular season. Now, as you get later and maybe even in September if you wanted to make it different, but I think if you were to ask teams when they get into these innings what they would want.
Well, I mean, you're going to end up probably costing some guys service time because there's maybe going to have to be some moves made. You potentially set your club back a while from a pitching standpoint, but you can all say that's part of the game as well.
That is a completely glass half empty perspective. Okay? Because you also have guys coming up who are going to get service time.
True, but I would think as a player you would be open to shortening things. It's an injury preventer.
Yes.
Bouncing ball to second. Baez to Russell, back to Rizzo, not in time.
That's a really nice job by Castro at getting down the line. I thought for sure they were going to be able to turn this, and especially as quickly as they turned it. Momentum takes Baez to the bag, but he actually has to sit back on it just a little bit. His momentum's there, but he kind of stops and waits a little bit. Russell does a great job of flying across and getting a lot on that throw. Does he beat it? Yes.
That may be the most amazing thing about this game.
Yeah.
We haven't had a review in this game.
A lot of strikeouts, Dan. A lot of strikeouts.
That's true.
Although those have slowed.
We've kind of leveled off at 41 right now.
That's
Too
right.
shy of the major league record. Here's Gary Sanchez, who walked in the 12th inning. No, that was the 14th inning. Excuse me. In the 14th inning, in his first plate appearance. The longest game ever at Wrigley Field. They have had 2 21-inning games here. The last time was 1982. So as a major league player, Aaron, if they put in a rule tomorrow that said it's a tie after 12 or runners at first and second in the 11th, or you'd be okay with that?
Well, I don't think I like the runners thing, but yeah, in the regular season, I'd be all right with the tie thing.
And if at the end of the year, Team A is 95 and 67, and you guys are 94, 67 and 1, hang with them?
Well, now that you put it like that,
maybe.
Think this
you want
through.
To think it through a little bit more?
The Blackhawks, hockey does it. I'm just talking through this now.
Yeah. Fans on the case of Joe West again. Is that Joe must go?
No.
Joe West.
Oh, I see. Same kind of idea. Yeah. Only different. Yeah. Ball 4. I've got a toque and headphones on, not picking up all the words clearly.
Okay. Ron Coomer, the analyst for the Cubs radio, is dying laughing at the chants going on in the crowd right now.
So Ron
he
Coomer,
reined it in.
Ronnie.
He reined it in.
Yeah, he's a professional.
Yeah.
It's been funny to actually look up and down. Everyone here.
Here's Didi Gregorius. First and second, one out. Tie game in the 16th. Yankees threatening. And Dunsing losing his command of the strike zone. Castro the go-ahead run. He's out at second. Sanchez the runner at first. Swing and a miss. 1-1. I mean, you can't leave in the 16th. If you're here now, you're here. You don't want your buddy to say to you, "Oh, you were there? How long did you stay?" "Well, I left in the 15th or I left in the 16th." Like, you either left in the 8th or you're still here.
Well, I love seeing, we hit on it. Contreras catching, running out that ball, 2 outs, nobody on. Starlin Castro beating that throw at first.
And stretching
in
out
an
to do
0
it.
for 7 night. Now, if they score here, him beating that will have a lot to do with it.
Guys, I'm a little delirious, but I believe this is pitch number 500 coming up right now.
All right.
Buster, you don't sleep anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
But he does go to bed earlier than midnight.
You got a podcast to do in about 20 minutes, don't you?
I'm writing it as we speak.
He's changing his views on extra innings.
Popped up. Rizzo's got room. 2 down. Chase Headley, the batter. Well, Buster was right. 500 pitches, 41 strikeouts, 2 shy of the all-time major league record, and 38 players have been used. There are no healthy position players left on either team.
Hey, Bad News Bears jersey up there. Way out in the rooftops. Who's number 3 on the Bears?
Feels like Tanner.
No. I don't know. Was that a Bad News Bears?
I thought they were yellow.
Yeah,
Well, there was some yellow in there, wasn't there? White with yellow.
yeah, but as it got closer, I don't know if it was.
Didn't look like a Chicago Bears.
1-0 to Headley. And a strike. Aaron, how much of a mental grind is it playing in a game like this?
Yeah, that's Kelly Leak is number 3. Now I know I'm losing my mind. Number 3, Kelly Leak. I don't know. I mean, you're just kind of enjoying things.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of unique.
It was 11 when the game started.
There's a whole bunch of Kelly Leaks out there. What just happened now? Where did those guys come from?
Can you tell me about Kelly Leak?
Who's number 12?
Number 12, yeah. Ooh, 2 number 12s, 2 number 3s. Tanner Boyle.
Well, Tanner was 12.
Get Rudy Stein up there.
There's more.
They're all coming.
What is this, like a Bad News Bears bachelor party?
They're all here. And they brought bad news, bad luck.
You know how they say you go to a baseball game and you might see something you've never seen before. I think this qualifies.
They're hiding their numbers. Get the whole squad.
3-1, 2 on, 2 out. Strike taken, full count. Runners will be on the move. Castro at second, Sanchez at first. The Yankees looking to take the lead here in the top of the 16th. And the pitch, time called before the pitch.
Joe West might hear it again.
Does anybody think Joe West wants time called?
It's a good point by you, Buster.
He's going to be sore tomorrow.
So do it all over again. Runners will be off and running on the pitch. Big lead for Castro out at second. There they go. 3-2, sent foul. Yankees winning the first 2 games of the series, 3-2 Friday, 11-6 last night. You still consider tonight to be Sunday. Again the 3-2. Swing and a miss, and the inning is over. Yankees leave 2 men on. Onto the bottom of the 16th. Schwarber, Bryant, Rizzo. Here in Chicago, going to the bottom of the 16th inning. Can you believe it? That's just the longest game of the season thus far. Tied between the Yankees and Cubs. Tomorrow night, which is more like tonight at this point, it'll be the Giants and the Mets here on ESPN. Cardinals and Marlins on Wednesday night, and then Sunday night baseball from the Bronx. The Astros and the Yankees. Derek Jeter will have his jersey number 2 will be retired that night. You can see the ceremony in the pregame show. Baseball tonight at 6:30 Eastern time. Hanging tough with the scorecards. Here's Chasen Shreve out of the Yankee pen.
Good energy from the fans still.
Yeah.
On for the 5th time. Chasen Shreve, fastball slider split.
And first pitch swinging. Schwarber lifts one into shallow left center. Gregorius makes the catch. Changes for the Yankees in addition to Shreve coming in. He is in Headley's spot. Headley's out of the game. Torres stays in the game at third base. Now Chris Bryant. In the Cubs lineup right now, players are coming up for the 8th time. If somebody gets on, John Lackey might hit this inning.
Yeah, he's getting it ready. He's got the gloves on.
Jake Arrieta's already hit. We told you Jason Hayward's injured, so he's unable to go. I mean, Joe Madden, he's running out of bodies. He's got Lackey, he's got Hendricks, and he's got some relievers. Popped up shallow left. Gardner takes charge.
I once played in a 20-inning game.
In the majors?
No, the Alaskan Summer League. Had no issues with the lights because it's light forever.
Yeah.
I had an RBI double my first at bat and ended the day 1 for 9.
Really? Here's Rizzo with Lackey on deck. You just put him on? Do you pitch to him? They're going to pitch to him, looks like. Would you just put him on and pitch to Lackey?
Yes.
Although after his last at bat, I mean, you clearly know he's hurting. I know he laced the double about an hour ago.
But why even?
Because then maybe you got Lackey leading off next to him. That's tempting too.
One and one to Rizzo. If you weren't with us, bottom of the 9th, Rizzo was hit by a 100-mile-an-hour Aroldis Chapman fastball hit in the left forearm. That forced home the tying run. And Rizzo has clearly been in significant discomfort since then. Although, as Aaron said, he did double in the, feels like the 12th. And it was the 12th. But that's in the 9th. And it really shook him up, and you can't blame him. Right on the forearm.
Against Chapman, no less. 98-99.
Yep. Instant swelling. Well, for all the yelling that they've done at Joe West, they should be pleased with that one.
But look at where Gary Sanchez is. Look where he's calling for it. And look at where his body is. And that's why it looks like a ball to Joe West. And he's reaching all the way across his body.
And now they do put him on. So that officially will go as an intentional walk after it got to 3-1. And now here's John Lackey.
Took him a second to get Lackey's walk-up music. They weren't planning on using that tonight.
0-1.
He wasn't cold.
Lackey letting it eat first swing. He's trying to go bridge right there.
He is a career 115 hitter.
He's trying to add a number to that middle column right there with that swing.
Does he shorten up here?
If Lackey strikes out, that will be the 43rd strikeout in this game, and that will tie a major league record. Happened in a 20-inning game between the Angels and A's back in 1971.
I'd be surprised if Shreve throws another one in the strike zone. With a Lackey free swinging up there.
Sanchez wants it down. Got him. Down and away with a changeup. There's the 43rd strikeout, tying a major league record. The Cubs are done. Now the longest game of the season this year as well, because we are headed for the 17th. '17th inning, longest game in baseball this year, longest game in Sunday night baseball history, and a new pitcher for the Cubs, right-hander Pedro Strop.
On for the 15th time now is Pedro Strop. Fastball, slider. A lot of walks early in the season in those 9 2/3 innings, but the strikeouts is there as well. Fastball mid-90s. And that slider about 50-50. He'll throw both those pitches.
Austin Romine leads it off for the Yankees. He'll be followed by Brett Gardner and then Jacoby Ellsbury. 4-4. Cubs got 3 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. And both teams are running out of bodies, as you would expect in a game of this length. Cubs have already had 2 pitchers pinch hit, Arrieta and Lackey, to no avail. New major league record, 44th strikeout in a game. How many games have been played in the history of this sport, and there has never, ever been a game with as many strikeouts as there have been tonight.
And you guys wanted a tie game.
Buster, correction.
Good
Only Aaron wanted a tie game.
Well, I was sitting on the fence. I'm
Right.
not sure what I wanted.
And then once we made some valid points, he kind of backpedaled pretty hard.
No, Jess wants
Yeah.
the tie.
Jess wants a tie?
Yeah.
You don't remember. That was like 4 innings ago.
Are you ever going to forget this game?
No.
Okay.
Here's Gardner. So if my scorecard and rosters are being honest with me, Tommy Lane is still out in the Yankee pen.
Yep.
Yes.
Hector Rondon is still out in the Cub pen.
Yep.
Yes, he is.
As is Felix Pena.
That's
But
right.
Pena pitched 3 2/3
Yeah.
last night.
He came in the second.
So he's got to be about as unavailable can be. Back to the mound. 2 down.
Dan, I just want to note that actually Pena pitched now 2 days ago. Now that we're
That's a
past
good
midnight.
point. He's had a day of rest now. That's an excellent point by you. Meanwhile, we must salute all of the fans who have braved cold temperatures, not to mention a 5.5-hour game. She's yawning.
She'll remember.
She's not going anywhere. Mostly because Dad said we're not going
She gets a day off school tomorrow.
Yeah,
I hope so.
She's earned it.
Except she just got outed for being here at the ball game. It's not like she can call in
It's all
sick.
I'm sure in Chicago they understand
Cubs,
that.
Yankees
Yeah.
on a Sunday night.
It's a pass.
And you hung in there the whole time? Well, potentially the whole time.
Who knows?
I mean, seriously, we may be heading to New York for next Sunday's game.
Embrace the chaos, right, Buster? That's what you said. It's an adventure. See it through to the end.
Mayhem in May.
Find ways to amuse yourself.
Bumper blankets.
Bumper.
Back to the mound again. Welcome to the game, Pedro Strop. To the bottom of the 17. Cubs coming up. Helmet going here as we go to the bottom of the 17th inning. 44 strikeouts, the most ever in a major league game. Come on, Ben Zobrist, rally up.
He had it on.
Yeah, he's putting it back on.
Addison Russell.
Messing with the mojo. Can't put it on, take it off. Rally, rally. There he goes. Good job.
I like they're having a serious conversation.
Ground ball to short. We're out number 1. Now John Jay. Jay had a big base hit in the 9th after the walk to Russell. Kind of set the table for what happened later on in the bottom of the 9th when the Cubs scored 3 runs to tie it, sending us deep into the night, deep into tomorrow morning. I mean, we're 15 minutes away from it being tomorrow or today in the Mountain Time zone. Never mind Eastern and Central.
Nice little front door.
Do we get to the West?
I salute every single person who's in this ballpark. It's in the 30s.
Hey.
And with the wind chill it's been, and there's not much wind now, but at the beginning of the game, like 5.5, 6 hours ago, it was in the 30s.
Sure.
Rally catcher's mask. You know what? I think people are starting to go a little squirrely down there.
It's a little.
Yeah.
Thank gosh we've got it all together.
Well, I think we're going to have to come up with some rally stuff.
Yes.
A toque is a toque. You can't rally a toque.
Well,
there's got to be something.
Ooh.
We'll find it.
Change spots in the broadcast booth.
Where's your Ricky Vaughn jersey?
That's what I was just going to say.
Right.
Get your Ricky Vaughn jersey. Somebody went to a lot of trouble.
Maybe the glasses.
Put your tie around
That's
your
a
head.
good idea.
Yep.
The Ricky Vaughn glasses.
Lean in. Hello. Good day.
Buster, are you okay down there?
I'm good.
Yeah.
It's about my time to get up.
John Jay, full count.
This is really happening.
Strike 3 called for out number 2.
This is a pitch that is not a strike. A little bit off the plate. 92. Zobrist with the rally cap.
Here's Wilson Contreras. All right.
We have to come back on camera. This has gotten out of hand.
Now, you're not rooting for any one team in particular. This is a both team rally situation we got going here.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm pulling for at this point.
Yeah. Swinging bunt up the third baseline. Safe is Contreras.
That's his first hit. He was 0 for 7.
This is where it pays off. The hustle. The night that he's had.
That's a little day salvager right there, baby. 0 for 7. You're grinding away. You're catching. You're busting it down the line.
You earn it.
Yes.
I mean, he busted it the moment he hit it.
It's one of the best hits he'll ever get.
Winning run at first, 2 down for Albert Almora. Almora had an RBI single in the bottom of the ninth. Now to play right side, 0-2. I think the only thing I know for sure is Miguel Montero is catching in Colorado tomorrow night. That's all I got. At least in Romine's favor, Sanchez took over a couple of innings ago, but Contreras has caught the whole game. Contreras thought about breaking.
That's a really good job by Sanchez there. And Contreras was in position and wanted to, because he knows obviously the premium to get to second base with 2 outs there, but just probably not quite far enough. And Sanchez, with an excellent arm, gets himself into position. Nice job behind the plate.
Amora checking the bat to make sure he didn't crack it. Baez on deck should the inning continue. 4-4 tie, bottom of the 17th on a crazy night at Wrigley Field. 1-2 inside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. It started with Lester and Severino a long time ago. Both had very good outings, 7 innings.
It was a great 9 innings too.
Swing and a miss at a ball in the dirt, and the inning is over. Rally batting helmets didn't work for the Cubs that half inning. We're going to the 18th.
Field. It is now Monday morning. We head to the top of the 18th inning, 4-4. Well, Al braving the cold. Mr. Friedman out there. Ish, a little crazy as always. He has more skills with those eyeballs. Kenny looks nice and warm though still. He's still grinding.
Still got the sun hat.
We got Rocky hiding back there somewhere. Oh, is that Duke on the right? Yep. Shit.
Wow. Chase on, you can't even recognize him.
No, they're just bundled up. But hey, Wade.
It's time for bed, Wade.
Not yet. Not
Troopers.
yet. And there's Andre in disbelief.
Think about the forearms he's going to have by tomorrow.
That's right. We have those Matt Holliday forearms.
Come on, Jared. Yeah, I was going to say, turn around. Don't run from the camera.
And
you can hear us.
Jared's always looking GQ.
Matt behind the robot.
Yep. He's working the robot.
And Wynn running that one. Here we go. Top 18. Hicks gets a bunt down. Throw goes down the line. And Hicks is into second base to lead off the inning.
Well, that's should be a base hit and then an E2 that allows Hicks to go to second. But Hicks, with his first hit of the night now, he's been doing it all year with small ball and with the long ball. Here to lead off the 18th, he drops a bunt down. Contreras does a good job of getting to this ball quickly, and he's in position to complete the play, but that ball just drifts into the runner, into the baseline. No real opportunity for Rizzo, and the Yankees with an opportunity to break through.
Baez, by the way, was going after that ball and really limping too. Baez has a very sore left foot. Rizzo has a sore left forearm.
From this game.
Yes, both happening in this game. And now they're on high alert on the corners with a runner at second, nobody out, and Torreyes, the batter, he squares. He gets it down. Only play is to first, and they'll get him with a sacrifice as Baez in a little more discomfort, it looks like. Sacrifice moves Hicks to third.
Nice execution here by Torreyes, getting that bunt down, and Stroke throws strongly to first, but Torreyes gets that job down, and now a chance for the Yankees to grab the lead.
Infield in, of course. Go ahead run at third with the one out in the 18th for Starlin Castro. And you can hear Yankee fans here with their "Let's Go Yankees" chant. Cubbies fans trying to drown them out. Castro 0 for 7. There are a lot of guys in this game who are a little for a lot.
Yes.
In terms of hits and at bats.
True story.
Yeah. Castro 0 for 7. Gregorius 0 for 7. Romine 0 for 7. Chasing up and in, 1 and 2.
The frustration of Castro after he swung and missed at the first fastball, up and out of the zone.
She is definitely the fan of the game.
Yep.
Castro hit a home run Saturday night / yesterday's game, if you will, for the Yankees. He came in and still is the leading hitter in the American League, but he's lost 23 points on his average tonight by
Let's see if
putting up an 0 for 7.
Goes back upstairs with that fastball. After Castro's chased it twice. If you're Castro, you know it's in there somewhere.
Ground ball to short, runner coming home, throw is wide, and the Yankees have the lead.
Well, the ball gets to Addison Russell quickly enough to where he can't really gain momentum to get around and get enough on this throw. Hicks is going on contact, and he runs pretty well. With that ball to his left, he just can't square up enough. He knows he's got to get a lot on the throw and quickly. Not much of an opportunity there, and finally the Yankees break through.
(5-4) Yankees, top 18. Fielder's choice RBI for Castro when the batter is Sanchez. The Cubs tied it 2 hours and 44 minutes ago. Now the Yankees have the lead in the top of the 18th inning. Longest game in baseball this year. Bunt single, throwing error, sacrifice, fielder's choice, and a run for the Yankees. Stroke can't find the zone. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 18th. It'll be Baez, Schwarber, Bryant, with the pitcher due up 5th. Three and one. Sanchez with a base hit into center field. Castro stops at second. And here comes Chris Bosio. Well, we'd like to welcome those of you in the Mountain Time Zone to Monday. The Yankees lead the Cubs 5-4 in the 18th inning here at Wrigley Field in an absolutely wild game with the Cubs scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th. The tying run coming in when Aroldis Chapman hit Anthony Rizzo with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, hit him in the forearm, forced home the tying run, and no scoring between the bottom of the 9th and just moments ago when the Yankees took the lead on a fielder's choice to lead 5-4. There have been more strikeouts in this game than in any game in Major League history. And the Yankees are up 1 with 2 men on and 1 out for Didi Gregorius. The Yankees trying to sweep the series. Gregorius 0 for 7. Stroke unable to throw strikes right now. Two and 0 the count.
Yeah, Dan, I agree with your choice for fan of the game, that little girl, but also from what I'm told on Twitter, we have fans watching on the USS Carl Vinson in the Western Pacific. I think that's tomorrow or the next day or which time zone, but anyway, they're locked into this game.
Well, we are glad to have them with us.
Yes.
Western Pacific, that means they're still on Sunday.
Thank you to all the men and women aboard and everything they do, and glad to have them along for the ride with us tonight. Rizzo, Russell, and they'll get the 1 out at second. Fielder's choice, first and third, 2 down.
Here comes Chasen Shreve to the plate,
which means he's going to keep pitching. This is Chasen Shreve's first major league at bat. And a lot of firsts in this game. Takes a strike over the inside corner, 1-1. Again, Baez, Schwarber, and Bryant. in the bottom of the 18th as Gregorius took second on the last pitch. He went around, says Cowboy Joe. 1-2. Ground ball to third. Tricky play for Bryant, and he makes it to get Shreve and end the inning. But the Yankees have a run. And we go to the bottom of the 18th. Baez, Schwarber, and Bryant comes down by 1. To 4 lead. They just scratched across a run in the top half of the inning, and if you nod it off, here's how it happened. Infield in, runner at third, throw home, not in time. Hicks will score on the fielder's choice RBI by Starlin Castro. And the Yankees, after giving up 3 in the bottom of the 9th, score a run in the top of the 18th. It is 5-4 New York. In the longest interleague game of all time, longest Sunday night game of all time, longest game in baseball this season, and a game in which there have been more strikeouts than any game ever in the history of this great sport. Chasen Shreve is back for his 3rd inning of relief. Baez, Schwarber, Bryant stand in his way. Rizzo would be up 4th. Worth mentioning, the pitcher spot is 5th. And I would have to believe if it got that far, it's either Strop or it's Kyle Hendricks. That's all they've got.
Right.
Right. Unless we're missing something. Hayward. Twice the spot has come around and Hayward has not hit. He's got a knuckle injury. He has not played the last couple of days. Joe Maddon has already used Arrieta and Lackey. Well, let's see if it gets that far and what the situation is. Baez homered earlier in this game. Also had an RBI single in the 9th inning as part of the comeback. Also fouled the ball off his foot in the at-bat in which he homered and has been in some discomfort since. Well, this would be a tough one for the Cubs if they lose the game. Baez, see what the status of the foot is. Rizzo clearly bothered by the forearm. Ground ball right at Castro. 1 down.
And then not to mention a pen that's been used a lot in the first month of the season. Gets used a lot tonight, obviously, as they get ready to head to Colorado.
Joe Maddon keeping his energy and intensity up. Joe Girardi doing the same on the other side. Kyle Schwarber, the batter. Schwarber 2 for 6, 2 doubles, 2 walks. Oh.
Oh. She was a fan of the game. Don't leave now. Beat the traffic.
So this game, 18 innings. Cubs bullpen has pitched 11. Yesterday, Brett Anderson only got 1 out, right?
Yeah.
So that's 8 2/3. That's 19 2/3 innings out of the bullpen just in the last 2 days. Hector Rondon is up. If it goes to the 19th.
Shreve now at 34 pitches. That fastball still looked like it had some good life on it, even though it was only 91 miles an hour. The first came in, it was 93, 94.
And Joe Girardi has his last available reliever up, Tommy Lane, in case he's needed this inning. Peoria, Illinois native Joe Girardi, Northwestern grad, former Cub, managing the Yankees here at Wrigley Field. Swing and a miss. Schwarber gone. A big second out. What a job so far by Chasen Shreve. He is 1 out away from delivering his team a victory in a sweep of the world champions. Sports Center next. Chris Bryant up for the Cubs. 1 for 7 on the night. They have played a doubleheader's worth of baseball all in one game here tonight at Wrigley Field. And the Yankees are 1 out away from a sweep and from their 19th win in their last 24 games. They're the hottest team in baseball.
And you got to really, I think, look to be, even though it's 2-0, aggressive here if you're Bryant. With Rizzo on deck, if Bryant's to get on base here and the pitcher's spot due after Rizzo, they'll just put him on. So you got to look to really do some damage here and maybe even expand.
3-0.
You almost got to yell at him, hey, be swinging here. I mean, even if it's out of the zone, you want to extend this at bat and give yourself a chance to do some damage.
Rizzo banged up after being hit by a Chapman pitch back in the 9th. Ball 4. So here comes Rizzo, and who will be in the on-deck circle is the question. And they're going to put him on right away. Joe Girardi says put him on. And they're going to pitch to a pitcher. Is it Hendricks?
Yep.
Kyle Hendricks. Here comes Larry Rothschild.
What do you think the report is on Hendricks?
Kyle Hendricks in his career been in the National League, been a starting pitcher, so he's had some opportunities, but just a 105 hitter in 152 at bats. He has 16 career hits, one of them a double, the other 15 singles. So Arrieta pinch hit, Lackey pinch hit, now Hendricks pinch hitting. Eighteenth inning, Chasen Shreve facing Kyle Hendricks with the tying run at second and the winning run at first. Here we go. And a knee-high strike, 0-1. Took the changeup low, a ball and a strike. Addison Russell's on deck. If somehow Hendricks can get on.
If you're Hendricks, you're just trying to get him to elevate the ball just a little bit. Again, at 43 pitches here for Shreve. The fastball has fallen off from a velocity standpoint about 3 or 4 miles an hour from where he started. Just hoping you can get a mistake up and out over the plate.
Got a pitch in the zone, but he swung through it, 1-2. And the Yankees are a strike away from victory in a 3-game sweep here at Wrigley. Swing and a miss, and it is over. The Yankees win it in 18 innings. And Chasen Shreve deserves a hug. 3 innings, he picks up the victory. The Cubs fall to 1 game over 500, and the Yankees stay hot. They blew a lead in the 9th, but they eventually win it 9 innings later and sweep the Cubs, upping their record to a very impressive 20-9 on the season in a very strange, memorable night.
And what a finish to the weekend. I mean, you think about just how these two teams have competed throughout the weekend, with the game winner for the Yankees and a home run of Brett Gardner on Friday night, and then tonight to be able to finish it off, not as long as they'd want, but in 18 over the Cubs.
Chasen Shreve picks up the win, pitching the 16th, 17th, and 18th innings. The run scores on a fielder's choice, a bunt single, an error, a sacrifice, and a fielder's choice, accounting for the winning run. Yankees win again. Let's send it down to Buster.
Starlin, what was this game like to play in?
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You know, good team plays. We not scored wrong. 18 innings. You know, I think that's the longest game that I play.
What was it like to play in that?
Oh yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty fun. You know, I go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I think it's a great. The best thing is we won that game.
You came up in the top of the 18th inning. You swung and missed, and you gave a strong reaction. You were angry at yourself. What were you thinking?
Yeah, I just swing the pitches that I'm not supposed to swing. You know, I just looking for pitches that I can put in play, or do a fly ball or something. But I get in mind there because I swing that pitch. But after that, I just get in my approach and put the ball in play in the wrong score.
You and the Cubs set a record for total strikeouts in a game. What do you think?
Wow, it's unbelievable. You know, I think that's a game is gonna be in the people memory for so many years.
Starlin, thanks. Dan, back to you.
Buster, thank you. Job well done. Some long faces, and you can understand why on the Cubs side of the field. To tie it in the 9th and lose it in 18. The Yankees relieved to pick up the win. They have now won 5 in a row and are 20-9 on the season. It took 18 innings. The Yankees win 5-4. For Aaron Boone, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney, all the great people on our crew who brought you baseball for 6 hours tonight, a job well done. I'm Dan Shulman saying thanks for watching. We mean it. And so long from Wrigley.